really appreciate it. Having a great voice like that to lend us some knowledge and remind us.
Got it.
Carolyn, I guess we'll be starting in 2 minutes. Yay.
Yeah, we'll start the time and people will just trickle in when they do.
Trickle in. That's my singing voice. We can start a chorus. The Biff, is there a Biff chorus, Kelly?
Biff chorus, there should be.
Yeah, right.
You don't want me in it though. I mean, I'm just going to say right now,
you
do not want me involved in it. I can choose songs, but you do not want me singing them. Unless I have a couple glasses of wine and then I turn into Madonna. I'm like, I'm amazing after a few glasses of wine. It's really amazing. I could be Lady Gaga, I mean, it's really.
We've got, there are 10 of us total, but you still want to start exactly at 11:30?
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and start. Yeah, and I mean, yesterday we had a nice turnout, so I suspect the same will be true. So we'll just provide it and hopefully they will come.
All right. T-minus 1 second and counting.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the 2021 BIFF Filmmaker Summit. I'm Greg Rem, your moderator, coming from a dank and dark basement, which you will not see because of my green screen background. I took a key from our wonderful panelists yesterday, Mr. Douglas Trumbull. So anyway, welcome back if you were with us yesterday, and if you're new, welcome to the next second day. I just want to remind folks that also those who love social media and are active on it, please go out there and send out these notices regarding the BIFF Summit, which starts tonight, like hashtag BIFF 2021 and at BIFFMA on all social media platforms. Get the word out there, please. So this morning, what we have, as with most of the panels for this summit, are reminders, just little notes, whether you're a newbie or a veteran, as to what to be aware of and pitfalls to avoid, a little knowledge just in case we've fallen lax on that over the past frustrating year and a half. The basics. This morning, to protect yourself, your cast, your crew, your film. Those are important things. We forget those things when we're being creative, and I think it's important to pay attention to those things. Another quick acknowledgement before getting into this. I want to thank our producer for the summit, Ms. Carolyn Lancaster, and of course, the wonderful, extraordinary Kelly Vickery, artistic director and founder of BIFF. First up on our panels for today, on this one is on time and under budget, which are things we all hope to achieve as creators, is Chilla Kreiner. Chilla's from Film Emporium. Sorry?
I just said hello, sorry.
Hey, we're gonna jump right into Chilla's with the Film Emporium. I actually had known her virtually before there was a virtual, back 10 plus years ago when I produced a feature film a narrative film for my fellow classmate. We were not young, but we learned a lot from this experience. So I just want to get right into it, Chilla. So basically, you can give your basic lowdown in this, but I just want to go into, do you need film assurance? I mean, people think they don't need it. Do they need it? Even if you're doing a low budget film, short production, are there varying plans, different budgets and so on? If you can just fill us in and wake us up to this.
Absolutely. So thank you very much for allowing us to participate. It is a true honor. Film Emporium is a specialty small insurance agency, just like Greg described. We handle just the entertainment segment, mainly working with filmmakers as well as general entertainment clients. So for filmmaking, typically it's the need, the contractual requirement that makes our clients contact us. It ranges from doing just one short film to a documentary or a higher budget motion picture. protecting filmmakers themselves from potential liabilities, a film permit office requiring New York City Mayor's office, Film LA to have shooting permits in place, to have protection for the cast and crew in case there is injury. So these are the production phase policies. Once a production is completed, entering distribution, going to a film festival, the most needed policy for that time is an errors and omissions media liability policy that we also provide in case there are any suits coming the production's way, somebody claiming ownership to music, likelihood of a story, character, etc. So it's very complex. We have certainly our most popular policies, but there are probably about 100 different types of policies that are out there. Oh. Greg, I don't hear.
Can you speak to some of them?
Apologies.
Can you speak?
Yes, my apologies. Go ahead, Sheila.
Sorry about that. So the most popular policy type is a short-term policy that is specific to that production title. It lasts for the days the production needs the policy for that duration. We always remind filmmakers the minute or the day they pick up equipment from a rental house, that should be the starting date of a policy, as well as having coverage until it's returned. So the day of return should still be a valid policy day. Equipment rentals typically have their own insurance requirements, the limits, the general liability is a major component in every policy, which is their third-party liability. Oftentimes, productions are limited with their budgets as to how much they can spend. So we have access to the least expensive policies, and we always explain, guide them through the more coverage, the better the protection, but at the very least to cover the major exposures, which again tend to be the equipment, protecting cast and crew, which is workers' comp, as well as the general liability in the production phase.
Great. I mean, again, that's the problem with most of us independent filmmakers. We tend to think that we wouldn't need the insurance, but you're here to remind us that we do need that. And curious, how early in, I mean, I'm assuming most insurance companies want you to come in early as possible, but for a realistic point of view for an independent filmmaker or any filmmaker, how early should they approach you, and what's the procedure?
Typically, productions come to us about 10 days to 2 weeks prior to starting the production. Not unheard of that it's a same day contact and we can still get those policies bound for them. But it's good to have that secured so they could file for their permits, they could prove they have coverage. So it really all depends. And so much has changed in the filmmaking world with equipment not as valuable as it used to be when it was motion picture cameras. So oftentimes, while we don't suggest, but people shoot productions and even distribute, and they skip the area of getting production insurance if it's guerrilla style filmmaking or they feel it's not needed. Certainly better to have it, but with less people or less crew on sets, oftentimes people just make movies with minimal equipment, if not their iPhones.
Have things changed given, the lockdown, the pandemic, And have they changed enough so that that would be the same policies going forward?
Well, it's a great question, Greg. The policies are the same. Even if shooting takes place remotely in cast members' homes, and then it's digitally transmitted and somebody puts it together through post, the exposure is still the same. That cast member, God forbid, trips and falls in their own home's camera cords or computer cords and they injure themselves, it would be a workers' comp claim. Prices have remained the same. I think the independent, low budget, especially filmmaking community is super resilient. They have had a lot more flexibility than the unions in terms of even last year, we had low budget independent filmmakers shooting features, whereas the high budget, the union did not have that flexibility. So that's a wonderful direction. And also with the huge shortage on new content being made, a lot of these features found distributors, which is a wonderful thing to see. Certainly 30% extra in the budget for them to make films because of the COVID extra expenses, the COVID protocols, hiring those people, and extra days. The typical 21 days is now stretched to about 26, 27. So it's more in the budget, unfortunately, but if they can get it done safely and soundly, then we were glad to see the productions being made versus halting.
Right. When it comes to COVID and situations like that, will insurance pay out for production that's shut down due to COVID?
Well,
or is the coverage coverage more expensive? How does it work with that?
That's another great question. So COVID is under the major category of virus and bacteria. And unfortunately, that's excluded from pretty much every policy, from the barbershop's policy, the grocery store's policy. In 2020, some claims were still covered under the extra expense category, but at renewal, most insurance companies exclude any type of coverage for COVID. So if a production has to shut down because of, let's say, a major cast member gets COVID, there is no coverage. If COVID affects people health-wise, they become ill, then the workers' comp would still potentially cover. Not for our segment. There are products out there for specific COVID coverage. They require at least $1 million budget, and the policies start at around $150K. So it's not very affordable, and mainly financiers require it, so they feel their investment is more sound, but not a popular policy type for sure.
So in that case, given someone who's not had experience with that part of getting coverage, would you sit down when you're going through this? I imagine you get the script from someone and possibly their schedule and so on and their budget, and talk to them about the possible policies for them. Do you mention to them, by the way, this isn't covered, and therefore we're just going to recommend you, definitely bring on a COVID professional to monitor things and follow the protocols? Is just what generally do you do in that situation?
Well, that is listed everywhere, but people ask, and they typically ask in a prepared way. They suspect that it won't be covered. It is unfortunate, but I don't think it would be sustainable to cover that. But they make contingency plans with their shooting schedules. They make it work more in the contracts with their talent members in case a rescheduling is necessary. So some of the remote processes are also friendly to this process. God forbid they have to do something offsite.
Can you, I mean, if it's possible, since you brought up budgets in terms of cost of insurance, coverage, can you talk about a range of prices for like a basic coverage for the film, and then more advanced and so on, and maybe E&O insurance and so on?
Yeah, so insurance typically has to do with the gross production costs for the production. In the short-term, one-day policies, it's typically the value of the equipment that they are renting that has to do with the pricing. So the least expensive policy, just for general liability to take care of a shooting permit or for the filmmaker to get into a studio or a commercial building of their client's location, is about $425. That's for one day, 2-3 weeks. If there is rented equipment in that policy along with the liability, typically about $650. That's up to $50,000 worth of equipment. If it is a $200K low budget feature or a documentary with multiple coverage points, workers' comp, general liability, equipment package, you're looking more in the $4,000 or $5,000 price range, and then it goes up from there on.
Wow.
So it's from a few $100s to many thousands.
Right. And again, you would, when people first approach you with their projects, you would sit down and just say, by the way, we're looking at what you're shooting. Back in the case with my film, you mentioned, you have jet skis. Well, that's technically a stunt, and let's go through that. Or you're shooting in this location, it's not a house. What does that mean? And even bike riding is a stunt. You would just remind us of these things and tell us basically maybe you want that covered, and that's how you're adjusting. And we told you our budget and went from there. Fascinating. Thank you very much, Chilla. Curious if there's any questions from our filmmakers that are gathered here in the summit. Please raise your hand. 1 second. So I'm trying to get past my technical glitches this morning. Anyone? And if you can help me look for a minute. There's no questions, really?
James Duff.
Oh, hey, go ahead. Sorry, James.
James, you have to unmute yourself.
James, you have to unmute yourself.
Can we unmute James?
I got it.
Yeah, got it.
So, I mean, just to be clear, so if you're making a budget, you should budget 30% extra for the COVID, or not for the coverage, but for the testing and so forth on the set.
Right, for the additional expense. And just like you said, James, that's outside of insurance, that's the
Outside, right?
expense. But typically SAG, Screen Actors Guild, or the unions would require you guys as the employer, the production company, to provide that. Like you said, ranging from the regular testing, from how many hours, how to distance, also the payroll to the certified, trained COVID specialist on set.
Okay. And so you could still shoot without the $150K for the COVID coverage. It's just you're taking the risk of being shut down.
Correct. So, and these COVID policies are very, very strict in a sense of you have to declare up to those 10 major talent or crew people. And if they cannot show up, then the production could claim against the lost expenses. So, but given the premium, it's really not an affordable product.
Okay. Do you foresee that changing at all?
Well, it's really hard to say. I personally don't predict to see a change anytime soon, because it's not just in our entertainment sector, it's in every single policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully folks can hear me. I'm sorry if you mention if you can't. Next up, Greg, I'm having a few technical issues. Greg?
Yeah, yes. Hi, thank you. I was just wondering if you could sort of do a similar price range with the E&O insurance. Forgive me if I missed that, but just kind of what those ranges are for feature films and documentaries, and what the factors are that go into different prices.
Yes, so E&O, errors and omissions, is basically a professional liability policy for the movie, just like an architect has their professional liability. The made movie, before distribution, the distributors require that in place. Typically, a project takes out one policy for the life of the movie. So it's out there, not just the validity date of the policy, but potentially forever. So it starts typically in the high 2000, like a 2750. The very average policy is a $3,000 policy. That's a 3-year policy. It takes care of the distribution contract from a popular indie distributor or random media to Netflix, to Amazon, or a lot of independent filmmakers self-distribute, which is a wonderful tendency. So if a suit comes in for people claiming defamation of character, likelihood to music, or claiming anything that they feel is their intellectual property, you would not defend yourself hiring your own attorney, but the insurance company would appoint legal counsel on your behalf. So those are very important policies, and we always explain to filmmakers to get it before airing. That's the major point there.
Right. Are there any other questions? I'm looking up here.
What are like the best, like the top 3 best advice you can give to filmmakers? What are the pitfalls that filmmakers, or traps with insurance? Can you speak to any of that? Just as
of course, yeah, that's a great question. Well, producers, especially independent producers, do their own due diligence to, before production, find out what the locations require, what the rental houses require, or their contractual requirements. For example, some rental houses require just the value of the rented equipment itself, whereas others ask for a much larger limit regardless of the value of the camera. So luckily, Film Emporium could come in last minute and make those adjustments, but it's good to have those from the beginning as needed. I must say that our independent producers are very well prepared, super organized, and we try to make the applications to ask those questions in a mandatory way that you have to answer yes, no, which might be a last minute reminder, God forbid, I am renting vehicles and that coverage is essential. So to review the needs. Short-term policies are specific to the dates of the policy. So we recommend to give themselves an extra couple of days. We see that sometimes, to not have to repurchase another short-term policy, but extend it while the policy is still valid. We spoke briefly about E&O. Sometimes we see those unfortunate situations that people release a film and then they try to get an E&O policy afterwards, and insurance companies don't want that exposure. They want to have a clean, newly made project and sign on before it airs. So if I had to put out a top 3, I would think these.
From one more for me, if no one else has a question. Well, this was a scenario for us back when, and I know this is for big productions, they cover for this. We had an actor that sort of flaked out on us, unfortunately, and we were sort of left high and dry and having to shift things at the last second and eventually fire them and bring on a new actor. Are there policies in place, and is there obviously there's a price range for that to cover for like situations like that? I know that when it comes to big actors, big stars who have had problems in the past, I've heard that was a situation.
Right, that's another great question. So insurance is very specific to an occurrence that would cause damage. A dispute, like I don't like the producers anymore, I'm not gonna shoot with them anymore, I won't fulfill my contractual agreement with them. That's not a peril that the production could file against. If the actor gets ill and they have cast coverage and they lose them, then the production could prove their lost expenses for the duration or what it would take them to get somebody else. That is a peril, but it's more of a legal dispute that you would hire an attorney to potentially sue that actor. And but if it's just a dispute, it's not something that there is an insurance product out there.
I mean, I only know a little bit about this, but is that anything to do with bonds? And are bonds bigger for bonding a film, something for bigger productions that are $1 million and more? How's that work?
Correct. The completion bonds, we don't, there are very strict financial rules. There's 2 companies out there currently that offer completion bonds. The biggest one is, what is it called? Film Funds in California. They are in that now. They are even stricter. Not even $1 million, but 2-3 million is the minimum level they want to get involved with, and they are very strict with the protocols and the contracts. So that's unfortunately, for the most part, outside of the ultra low budget filmmakers budget.
Right. Are there any other questions there? I'm sorry, I'm gonna put my old man specs just to make sure I'm not missing any hands up here. I don't see any. I'm just curious if you have any other, to Kelly's point, thoughts that you wanted to remind us of, points that we forgot cover
So,
that.
while our world is very, very digital, we pride ourselves in being available, reachable via a telephone call, a Zoom call, not just emails, to potentially address what if type questions. We always force our way to contact our applicants via phone just to have a 5-10 minute calmer discussion and answer their questions. Oftentimes the 2-minute express online application and our quote back is what filmmakers want, but the personal touch typically makes the difference of how we could make sure that whatever their most concern is to get coverage for is available to them. So to not have that as a rushed, hurried process, but to, or we encourage filmmakers to, there's absolutely no cost or obligation to get a quote. Just apply, see the quote, consider it, maybe not for this film, but the next one. So we take our time, we love to educate, to walk through, and be in the community as a resource.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chilla. So again, thank you, Chilla, for this. This has been very informative, and I know everyone's enjoyed gathering this information for you. Chilla and Film Emporium, this is a perfect segue to our next panel, which is a legal panel, navigating the legal challenges of indie filmmaking. And we're going to be doing that with Alexa Whiteside, who is here with us.
Hello, everyone.
Hi,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Alexa. So basically, you're from Ramo Law. So again, what we're trying to wake everybody up to or remind everyone of are the pitfalls and things that they should definitely be paying attention to, the basics of protecting yourself. So when it comes to law and independent filmmaking, filmmaking in general, do you have some experience as a filmmaker yourself?
Yeah, I guess maybe I could start with introducing myself. Hi, everyone. I'm Alexa Whiteside. I'm an attorney at Ramo Law. We are a Beverly Hills-based firm, although I'm actually remotely based out of Charlotte. We focus in motion picture, television, new media production, everything from financing through distribution and relicensing. And then a little bit about myself. I actually was a filmmaker before I went to law school. I went to NYU Tisch for film. I was a producer, an independent producer, mostly just short films. While I was in school, quickly shifted over to casting and worked with Susan Shopmaker Casting for about 3 years in New York. And then also worked at CAA and just an entry-level position when I first got started. So I kind of touched a lot of areas of production before even making the decision to switch over to law. And part of that that switch was while I was producing, I loved negotiating and I loved getting things signed. It made me feel secure. And there were a lot of questions I had as a producer that were like, why do we need this language or this boilerplate provision in this contract? And what, how are net profits and producer share of net profits, how do those differ? And how do we, how is that even calculated? And explore just the various options of what gave me those answers. Film school kind of introduced those concepts, and being a producer introduced those concepts. I did do a short stint in a business program at Columbia that kind of talked about financing, but it didn't answer the why and the what and the how. And going into the law and finally meeting a lawyer answered those questions. I come from a very low income background, so I had never had any experience with the law or legal representation prior to law school. Even as a producer, I kind of knew that we needed one, but I didn't have the funds for one. I was, just a student or just getting started, and didn't really know when they came into play until after I went to law school and really started to work with Ramo.
Great. Well, as a former filmmaker, you probably get the idea that a lot of us try not to bring a lawyer if we don't have to. We want to save that money, especially independent filmmakers, even some veteran filmmakers. I've had experience back at HBO. But can you remind us of why we need lawyers, entertainment lawyers, and when should we bring one in? How early should we bring one in, and so on?
Well, I think there's 3 factors that go into it. If you have representation, like an agent or a manager, they might be able to actually negotiate some deal terms, like initial deal terms. But in terms of when we recommend it, we actually usually recommend it pretty early on. We represent producers and distributors. Typically, my firm does. Other, if you're perhaps an actor, there are attorneys that represent actors specifically and your interests. And we get involved to really, at the very early stages, to flag any initial issues or barriers that you're going to run into down the line. So for instance, if you're a documentary filmmaker, sometimes you just want to go out and shoot, but it's a good idea to have an attorney in your team that's available to answer your initial clearance questions and get that paperwork that you're going to need to distribution, get that in order. And there are various structures that law firms offer. We have, you have the retainer hourly structure, and then others have flat fees based on production. And it's having those conversations, talking with the attorney, talking with those firms, and seeing what your availability, what is open to you. Not everything is cost prohibitive, and there's also, low income lawyers available. For instance, California has the California Lawyers for the Arts, and New York has Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts. And so those attorneys are doing pro bono. or low bono, which is, reduced fees, and are available to answer initial questions if you're just really, maxing out those credit cards and just have, you want those initial questions answered.
And to that point, those folks are definitely familiar with entertainment law. Is that correct? Because from what I gathered when I first got my entertainment lawyer, Fernando, it's different. People think that you can get any lawyer to do it, and those folks are definitely familiar with entertainment law. Is that correct?
Yeah. So those low bono options are definitely, those two that I've listed are entertainment lawyers, or sometimes you have law students who are focused in entertainment, and they can answer some of those basic questions too, at least for just getting started. In terms of attorneys generally, I don't recommend just going out and getting any attorney. Your real estate attorney, the one that helped you close on a spot, is going to know nothing about making a movie. And so you really want to have someone that is focused in the area that you're working in. And also in terms of even entertainment law, you want to make sure that you're talking to an attorney that knows production, that knows if you're doing a television production, they know TV. If you're doing a doc, they know doc. And if you're doing narrative, they know narrative. And so really having those conversations and seeing what their background is, which is usually either available on their website, on IMDb, just a little bit of research, you can find out what those attorneys are doing and if they're doing it now, as opposed to 30, 40 years ago, which when the industry was a little bit different, so that they're aware of, for instance, all of the COVID protocols that you need in place right now. They're aware of how new media works and what the guilds have, how the guilds have adjusted to high budget SVOD versus low budget SVOD, like having all of those distinctions and know of them and can quickly answer your questions.
But your Ramo Law deals with both documentary and narrative. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you handle short filmmakers? It doesn't matter. It's just you do all of it. One thing that's been coming up over the past number of years, especially during lockdown with filmmakers, is fair use. I know from back in the days with HBO, people would approach us with, "Oh, well, this is under fair use, so it's fine," and we would say, "No, you need to think about the larger arena. You can't just use that anytime you want to," and so on. Can you fill us in on that whole slippery slope when it comes to fair use?
Yeah, I always preface fair use with the disclaimer that fair use is not, it's an affirmative defense. So when you're making a claim of fair use, and if an attorney is giving you an opinion on fair use, what they're advising is it's likely going to be successful in court. That's what a fair use opinion letter is. So fair use is an affirmative defense against copyright infringement, specifically copyright, not trademark, which is a separate area. So if you're dealing with logos, marks, it's a separate analysis. Fair use generally, it deals with 4 factors. It's the amount, it's the nature and purpose of the use, the nature of the underlying work. So is it fact-based or is it creative-based? Copyright has a basis in protecting the artist. So if it's, for instance, like a newsreel, that's going to have less protection, though it is protected under copyright, than, for instance, a narrative motion picture. The amount and substantiality of the use, both on a qualitative and quantitative level. So, how much of it are you using? Are you using the full clip? Are you using, 2 to 5 seconds? And then are you using the heart of the work, or are you using something that's really not that important to the work itself? So for instance, there's a really famous case about an autobiography in which a newspaper posted a little excerpt from that book, but it was the reason you would buy that book. It was the very heart of the book of why everyone was buying it. It was a big revelation of what was, I believe it was Nixon, of Nixon. And the court found, no, you absolutely cannot do this. It might just be a paragraph, but this is exactly why everyone's buying this book. And then the last factor is the effect on the market, both derivative and primary. And so fair use, it differs. It's fact specific, and it's specific to each clip. both from the level of the clip itself or whatever you're using. Sometimes it's, it's an art piece in a background of a set, and then it's also from the overall production as well. So you're looking at both the use itself and then how it plays into the overall work. And what an attorney is going to do is they're going to do that for every single item that you did not get clearance for. They're going to look at it, they're going to analyze it, and they're going to say, okay, this is likely or unlikely to be found by a judge to be fair use. But that doesn't prevent the bringing of a claim. And that's something to always be aware of. The purpose of doing that analysis and really having an attorney come in for that is both for insurance. Your E&O provider is going to require it, as well as to provide a level of comfort to your distributor as well. And then your E&O insurance is intended to cover the cost of those claims less the deductible. So, but it's just something to always be aware of. We always advise, if you can get clearance, get clearance. There's some scenarios where it might be bad practice to get clearance, but most of the times, get clearance if you can, and then fair use as a last resort. I know that's not necessarily possible with documentary. It's cost prohibitive with documentary. And that is also why you want to have an attorney on board to have those active discussions where you're not able to get clearance, because a fair use opinion letter also in itself can be very expensive if you're trying to get fair use analysis for, say, 50 or more items, because you're also paying for the specialized services of the attorney who's going to be providing that analysis.
Curious, and I did this for my own project I'm working on now. So you said approaching as early as possible. It makes sense with someone who, let's say in terms of a narrative film, knocking on a door for Ramo Law, for you, saying, I'm working this project, presenting a script, you reading the script and sort of almost a legal version of what we did with Chill and the Insurance, telling you what the possible landscape, the possible landmines and such will be out there. What would be the procedure both for from scratch narrative production and from scratch documentary production?
Narrative production is a little easier to kind of force from scratch describe. We typically, if you're in independent production, we'll typically come in around development. And at that stage, you need to have a writer agreement. Chain of title is one of the most important elements of any production. You want to make sure that you have the rights to what you're making. That is a minimum requirement of any distributor that you're doing a contract with in terms of what you're going to have to deliver. And it's also what you're going to need to become a signatory to SAG if you're using SAG actors. So we'll come in and walk you through deal terms. You might already have those negotiated. Your attorney might actually, help guide you on what industry standard is based on, who you're reaching out to. And also that's what an agent and manager can also advise on as well. So using your legal and your agent or rep to kind of tag team it is also a really good practice. And then from there, once you have the rights and you have a workable script, your attorney, some attorneys provide script clearance reports, or will review the script clearance report that you got from a third party to really discuss all of the initial clearance flags of what you're going to need. So a script clearance report will list, okay, here's all your characters. You need a performer agreement for all of these. The name of this character might be problematic because you name them Lady Gaga, and Lady Gaga has a trademark in her name and you're not using Lady Gaga. So we recommend a name change. Where you're going to need location agreements, where trademarks might be an issue. So you might have a location that's listed as a bar. And so what the script clearance will flag is, okay, it's a location, but also if the bar has a name and it's a well-known name, that's something to keep in mind, that you might need a product release or some sort of clearance in place for the mark of that location if you're showing it on screen. It'll flag potential copyright issues. It'll flag potential commercial identification issues, as well as ratings concerns. we're thinking about that very early on in the process. For instance, profanity, depending on who you want to land at. Even saying God's name in vain might be an issue for a Christian network. So it's something to be aware of. And depending on who's preparing the report, hopefully they will be mindful of that and flag it, as well as nudity, violence, anything that's going to really affect the rating. And if, for instance, you're doing production, you already have a distributor in place, they might require that your film be rated PG. And so that's something to also keep in mind when you're shooting. Like if you have a lot of nudity and you're trying to make a PG movie, that's not going to fly. You're going to have to put them in a bathing suit or make sure they're covered up really well. And then, we're involved throughout the rest of production and through distribution. So obviously you're going to need contracts at all stages. Typically, for instance, our office's process is to provide a packet of templates that you hand over to your line producer, and they kind of work with that. And then if you get comments back, we'll review it, have discussion with you, redline it, and get it back out. Redlining is just revising. And then once you've shot, you've got distribution, you've got post. So obviously you'll need an attorney on for that. And there are various considerations to go into that. And then for those who have been doing this a long time, something you don't necessarily consider at the distribution level is if you have a term of, like, for instance, 20 years, when the term of your distribution agreement ends, you eventually get those rights back. And so once you've been doing this for a while, there's also relicensing opportunities to subsequent distributors. And that's always something just to keep in mind for potential additional sources of monetary revenue, 20, 30, 40 years later.
No, it makes total, and connected to that, I even think about my own project in terms of producing and putting money in. I guess it's, again, good to have an entertainment lawyer in your pocket, because you can approach them saying, by the way, I'm thinking about investing in this film, and they would help you draw up a contract that made sense. So you don't just put your money out there in case your film does something and goes somewhere, and in terms of percentages and such. I suspect that when it comes to given, we were talking about documentaries for a moment, but I guess it applies to a narrative film. If we're talking about rough cuts, would you watch a rough cut or a certain cut of either fiction or nonfiction, just to start looking through them again, like with a screenplay? Tell us where the problems might lie with that.
It depends. Sometimes it's cost prohibitive, and sometimes we'll ask for more of a fine cut. But depending on the level of need, you see this more with documentary and docu-series, reality TV series. Your attorney, especially like a clearance attorney, our firm does a little bit of clearance, but there are attorneys that really specialize in, for instance, having an attorney on set, especially for really heavy docu-series that are focusing on some big clearance issues, such as like clip usage or crime shows. Sometimes you actually do need someone on set, and there are firms that provide that service. Oh, I totally lost my train of thought there. Rough cuts. But in terms of, for instance, a fair use conversation, sometimes you're going to have to fair use things pretty early on. And so, yes, we will come in depending on, the fee structure differs by firm. So that's something to also just talk to your attorney about in terms of what your needs are. Sometimes instead of getting the full rough cut, because obviously it takes a lot more time to watch a full film as opposed to a clip, we'll be sent a reasonable sized clip and kind of review it and say, based on what we know about the production, based on what you've sent, this probably may be fine, but it depends on the review of the fine cut. Or we might be able to flag something immediately. So for instance, if you're being quite derogatory towards a well-known brand, we'd probably flag that as a potential issue, and possibly refer it to someone who's very specialized in that area, because obviously parody comes into play in the fair use conversation. And there are certain First Amendment First Amendment rights that are being protected under fair use and just generally in making production. And so it's an active discussion. It's an overall analysis of the production, but sometimes we do get the rough cut, but more often than not, at least for your production attorney, we'll probably do a fine cut review. And if you did not have a script clearance, I will flag, if you did not have a script clearance, you were too cheap to give out the $300 to have it reviewed, or the $1,000, whatever it was. You didn't go with anyone. If you didn't have the script clearance, your E&O provider is going to require a film clearance, and it's actually much more expensive. And will come in for the rough cut there, because a film clearance report is literally someone coming through and watching every single second of that film and flagging every potential issue of the film. And that is done after the fact. And it's much more time intensive than a script clearance, because a script you can read through in about 120 minutes. A film that's already done, we got to pause it every 2 to 5 seconds to flag everything that's on screen.
Your on-set lawyer comment made me think about something Chilla was, a conversation we had with Chilla, in terms of on-set. The modern thing now with COVID, where we want to have, if you can afford it, talking about whether you're too cheap or not, having an on-set COVID protocols person. Can you speak about film, law, and COVID, and or whatever future pandemic things may or may not have?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about it. It's obviously constantly evolving. It's an active conversation that we have with our producer partners generally. COVID compliance supervisor, if you are a union production, is required on set. You actually do have to have that position filled, and we do recommend it. Getting them in and around pre-production actually helps you budget those costs and kind of talk about what the current requirements are. Those are typically individuals that are hired locally, although there are a number that are California-based that can travel, but a local-based COVID supervisor is going to know more about the local regulations than, for instance, if you were to fly someone in from California to, for instance, Florida. Well, actually, that would be better, because the California person is going to be way more restrictive and kind of make sure that you're best protected. But for instance, if I'm going to reverse it, if you had a Florida COVID supervisor come into California, they might be less familiar with all of the restrictions that are had on the local and state level. So those are things to keep in mind. In terms of COVID protections, we have built in some contractual protections into most of our contracts, and that's something to keep in mind. If a person is going to be providing in-person services, you usually want to make sure that your contracts address COVID in some way and also include some sort of disclosures. Additionally, if, for instance, you are having testing on set and those test results are being released directly to you, you'll need a HIPAA release. Although HIPAA doesn't come into play in terms of actor with producer, it does come into play with doctors and facilities, because a doctor has an obligation to protect the medical results of their patients. And so the HIPAA release allows, it's with the doctor, the actor, crew member, and the producer saying, okay, you're allowed to release those results to the production. Each state is very specific on how those are supposed to be drafted. California, for instance, requires a size 14 font. So don't change the form your attorney gives you, because they probably drafted it very specifically because of the local regulations. Some additional things that have really come into play in the last 6 months or so, obviously, are vaccines. And the guilds have released some guidelines on requiring vaccination on set. There are certain notice requirements that you have to give your cast and crew. You have to give them time to actually get the vaccine. I think it's about a week. And there's conversations to be had. Obviously, this has become a political issue in some ways. Some people also just medical concerns are a personal decision. And so we have found that, you might have a lead cast member that feels very passionately one way or the other. And that is something to keep in mind. For instance, if you have a lead actress who feels very strongly that she does not want to get vaccinated, and this is the person you want, you're probably, unless you're willing to recast them, you're probably not going to be able to require vaccinations, because that has to be across the board. If you're requiring vaccinations, you have to require it across the board, unless there is a medical or religious exemption, depending on the law of the state in which it's required. And so those are conversations to actively have, and also, talk about your risk assessment, your level of risk. If you are very conservative and you are very scared of COVID, that is something to keep in mind. Also, if your lead actress is very scared of COVID, keep that in mind. We have had, actors occasionally, they're human. So we have had actors, we've had crew members drop out because they thought they could go to the set, they thought they could handle it, and then they just realized, okay, my family member just died of COVID, 2 weeks ago. I can't do this anymore. And so that is a real risk that occasionally happens, and it's just something to be aware of and mindful of, and really try to have an environment that makes all of your cast and crew feel comfortable on set.
Thank you. That's very informative. We have a few minutes left to the panel. Just if there are any questions, here we go. Julia Morrison, go ahead.
Hi, Alexa. Thank you so much for being here. I would love to hear you talk a little bit about finding a production lawyer who's a good fit for you and your production. I had a not great experience with a production lawyer that wasn't sort of showing up in the way that I had expected. And so when you're talking to a potential lawyer, could you suggest good questions to ask, or how to sort of navigate a relationship as a real sort of member of your team and a partner?
Yeah, obviously as an attorney, I don't have as much of the experience from the client end, but some things to keep in mind that our clients have come to us and found worked is word of mouth, asking other producers how they felt. In fact, when I started at Ramo, one of the producers that I worked with when I was in casting, I saw that one of her films was repped by an attorney at Ramo. And before I even went in for the interview, I asked her what she felt about the firm. And she's like, oh my God, I love them. And so it kind of helped me decide, I wanted to work with them. I wanted to go in for the interview. It was in terms of my employment, that was a decision. And it's the same kind of idea when you're trying to become a client. It's someone who you want a long lasting relationship. I think the best production attorney relationships are long-term. One-offs happen regularly as well, but I think it's always good to have someone in your team. So, it's think about what area of production you're making. So if you're focusing in documentary and you have concerns that are regularly coming up in your documentaries, those are questions to ask on the initial consultation call or the initial call or email exchange, or however you're initially reaching out and kind of having those conversations. Typically, you're dealing with a project manager before you talk to an attorney. So the project manager is going to walk you through the firm's process, and then the attorney that you have the call with is likely the attorney that's going to be handling your production. And so that call is the one that's really should be the one that helps you kind of figure out if it's a good fit or not. And then also sometimes I will say attorneys do get very busy, and sometimes it's something to flag that you're feeling ignored, because if we do get busy, sometimes things fall off the wayside. And it's something to have that discussion with and ask, what is your caseload looking like? And are you able to hit what I need? So sometimes productions are going really fast. And so if you're doing the call and you shoot in a week, you're going to need the attorney to be available in a week. And so that's a question to ask, because sometimes and oftentimes some productions come to us a couple of months before they shoot. And so it'll go to the side for a little bit until you come back. And so it's something to have that conversation to make sure that they're going to be able to hop on those calls immediately when you need them if you're shooting immediately.
Excellent, thank you. We have one more question here, Dalit.
I think we have two, but
I'll see if there's another one.
Jerry, I think but Dalit has had her hand up first.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dalit. First of all, thank you for your talk. It's been really useful and insightful. What I wanted to ask basically, so I'm currently working on a full-length feature film that I want to shoot, and I've written the majority of the storyline and the script, but I'm looking to get a screenwriter on board, like a high-profile screenwriter, to really develop it further and polish it and everything. What kind of an agreement do I need at this stage, if any? If I get them on board, like, I'm thinking to get them maybe over a period of 3 months and obviously pay them for their time. But what type of agreement would I potentially need at this stage?
You would need a writing services agreement if you're intending to own the rights outright. You should also have an agreement in place with yourself, with your production company, just to make sure the rights are clean at some point. And then depending, I would do a writing service agreement. It makes it a work for hire. It increases the duration. So I think that addresses that.
Excellent. Okay, excellent. Jerry?
Yeah, hi, super. Thank you so much for your time. When we make our agreements for music licensing based on the cheapest possible option at the beginning, going into, film festivals, we get licensed to that. Is it probably good policy to have written into it what the what the new charge will be if it goes on to Netflix or another platform?
Yes,
prior
absolutely.
to that?
Absolutely. It's going to give you a stronger negotiation point, especially if you're an indie producer. I always, if my client is looking to do the festival route and they're doing music licenses, if they're doing a step deal like that where it's film festival rights, we always recommend negotiate what it's going to be for each of your possibilities. So what are US rights? What is an all rights step going to look like, so that when you're talking with your distributor or your potential distributor, you can say, okay, here are the additional costs, and you can actually potentially negotiate those to be covered within the price that you negotiate in terms of that grant of rights. Also, depending on what the song is and who the artist is, you might find out that the song that you chose is just going to be cost prohibitive generally, and you might want to go with a different song. For instance, if you're dealing with someone who's been around for 50 years, has a really established presence, and has a really is coming from a very well-known publishing or recording company, they might not go below a certain amount for an all rights pickup, and you might just be like, okay, this song costs $100,000 if I get all rights. If I distribute this for all rights, can I afford that? And is the distributor going to be able to afford that? And you might include it in the festival cut, but have a backup option in case you can't afford that song.
All right. So we're about to wrap up here before the next wonderful panel. Alexa, did you have any final recommendations and suggestions for the filmmakers?
I think, get an attorney. I know a lot of it's cost prohibitive. I think it's good to have one on your team. Oftentimes we can answer, and as when I was a filmmaker, as I started this off, I didn't know the whys and like the underlying anything about the contracts. I understood the deal terms, but I didn't understand the details and the mechanics. And it took me years to find out who had those answers. It was not the agents, it was not the managers, it was a little bit of the casting director, but the person who has all of those answers is going to be your attorney, or your attorney is going to have contacts that they can connect you to that is going to have the answer. And so I definitely recommend, if you can, having an attorney at the earliest stage in your career to help guide you and answer those questions.
All right, excellent. Well, Alexa, Whiteside of Ramo Law. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning and lending all this fantastic information.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
They're all muted, so I'm doing it. We're going to have a short break before our next 3 panels coming up. We're going to start that at 12:40. So please come back. We're going to have talks with producers process and financing, which is so important. You need money to make films and finding a home for your film. So we'll see you back here at 12:40. All right, folks. See you in a bit. Ciao.
Hey, Greg, this is Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
Can
How you doing?
I ask you if you open up the participants panel in your Zoom screen?
I have it open. Go ahead.
Are you gonna be sitting there for the next few minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Because you'll see, you should be seeing the people who pop up who have to be admitted from the waiting room.
I've been doing some of them when I've seen them. Should I continue to do that?
That would be great. I'm just going to step away for a few minutes, so I didn't want to leave anybody hanging there.
No, I got you.
Okay.
Thanks, Kevin.
Greg, is that about the waiting room? Because if you need a break, I'll do that.
I just want to thank you. I just want to get some tea real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
Carolyn, I'm back.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. I don't know if I see Darren and I see Cynthia. So if they want to check the volume, if they're not, they may not be right at their computer right now. Hopefully I'll find. But
Cynthia Wade is here.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cynthia.
Hi.
Cynthia Webb.
Happy
Yay.
birthday.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. And
Darren
Darren
Dean's here.
Yes, and Jennifer's here.
Jennifer's here. I'm here.
Excellent. Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Greg.
hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
for Cynthia, it is. It's,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes,
Ellen.
happy birthday.
Everybody sounds great.
Great.
And we'll get started on time. So they're just taking a quick break from the 2 former panels. And Greg's drinking some tea, I think. So he'll he'll be back and ready to roll at 12:40.
Do you want us on video, our video on, or keep it off?
At 12:40, yeah, it'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah,
To turn it
It'd be
on.
nice to see the. Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, folks, we're back. We're back. Hopefully everyone's here, or if you have new folks, but we're here with our next panel, the producer's process, making movies, with our producers, Jennifer Westfall, Darren Dean, Cynthia Wade, who I know dearly, and Darren Dean I met last year, and pleased to meet you, Jennifer. Hello, everybody. Good morning, or afternoon. It's so different time down here in the basement. I lose time. Anyway, there are in the audience, I'm sure, people with various degrees of, what producing is and filmmaking. I'm sure there's experts and newbies. I know they have been in past with summits. Basically, just want to go over what the process is. Essentially, what type of producers are there? What type of producers are you? Where do you come in the game? How do you go about making things happen to bring projects together, to ideas and such, and then gathering your forces as per our conversation yesterday, collaborations, and ultimately producing the best film possible. Ultimately, we want to give them this audience information about the process and pitfalls of the process and how better to make things better for their films. Cynthia, could you lead things off?
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, producing is the backbone of all filmmaking. And I would say that I am a producer by default. I would really call myself a producing director. I direct my own films. I direct films for clients. And but the more that you can have those skills, which can include anything from fundraising to, planning out, doing the call sheets and planning out the shoots and getting the insurance and all of that. The more you can do that as a director, the better off you are, particularly in the beginning if you don't have money for a film.
Excellent. Jennifer, you can go from there. I know I've seen your listings as executive producer, but what's the difference between that and an on-the-ground producer? Have you done more on-the-ground producing?
I kind of go with what Cynthia started with, is sort of, I became a producer, executive producer, kind of by default. It started out as just an investor, right? And then what does that look like? And then really what happened is I got involved with various producing levels. So, one of the big things we do at Wavelength, and I love, is building relationships. So we go out and we have other producing partners that we like to get involved in on a film. So I'll do everything from bringing in money, giving notes on the film, having conversations with the film team about, various aspects of the film. I haven't done on the ground like Cynthia has done, as a director producer, finding the sites and, finding the crew and that kind of thing. But I've been involved more at the level that surrounds the film, supports making sure the story gets told.
Okay. And Darren, we didn't get to talk much about this last year with you. If you could give us a little insight into your particular producing process and your place in this.
Sure. Hi, Greg and
Hey.
Jennifer. Good to see all you guys. So yeah, I love Cynthia's, kind of definition of producer by default. I don't. I mean, I think I'm a producer by default, from my first film, and I've remained a producer since then. But I appreciate that, kind of line that she's explaining about, like directors who are producers, because I think every director, whether it be protecting the IP or, just, creating the world, is very much a a producer leaning into the creative producing more than anything else. For me, what kind of producer I am, really, I've been asked this question so many times over the years, and it changes from film to film and from day to day. I started out very much as a creative producer. That was because I had started writing a film that I was working on, and the producer left. And my director Sean asked me if I would produce while we were shooting the film, so I learned on the ground. So I was a creative producer for a while, and by that I mean somebody with good ideas who cannot raise money. And then you just kind of jump, as you become more successful through the act of being creatively successful. Then people start to give you money. I almost fell over the first time I walked into a room, and somebody went, "Yes, we'll give you money. We like your track record. You're going to make a good film." So I walked in sweating and walked out delirious. And then from that point, it's been kind of I'm working both sides of that. I would never want to just do the financing part. I hate line producing. So I don't do that, but it's either raising funds, or bringing cast to something, which I'll sometimes I'll choose not to be on the ground, and I'll take an EP credit for. But for the most part, it's a nice combination of fundraising and being very, very creative with the directors and the writers, because I think it's important for the team to be able to take ownership of the film as much as as the directors and writers do, and actors.
I know you all dabble with documentaries and nonfiction. Cynthia, I know recently you've done a little bit of both, but in terms of producer, and has it been a different perspective for you regarding the process, given narrative or nonfiction?
Well, first of all, I would say that there's no one way to make a film and to finance a film. And there's no such thing as a general audience. So each film, you think that like the first time you crack it, like, okay, I've raised the money for this and I figured out the distribution for this, that then that will sort of open up these Narnia doors for your other films. But the truth is every film is very specific to an audience, to a release pattern, to distribution, and to sort of funding. And it's like, I have 2 children. They come from the same parents. They come from the same household. They're completely different in terms of personalities, right? Their DNA, it's just the way in which they navigate the world are totally different. That's what it's like for your films. So each film of mine, in a way, and this is, I think, a hard thing to learn when you're an emerging filmmaker, is that it's not like you get the golden keys to the kingdom. Every film is like climbing another Mount Everest, and you have to sort of figure out, and you try lots of doors, and a lot of them remain locked, and you kind of just climb up the mountain. But knowing the marketplace, really paying attention to the marketplace, like what's the demographic that a Netflix serves versus an HBO Max versus et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Knowing that and really paying attention to what's on the landscape so that you can sort of anticipate, is my film like, or my series like any of these? And if somebody could mistake mine being like one of these that are already out there, how do I differentiate? And then reading the credits on films of like a film that like, I'm like, wow, that there's some thematic, it resonates in terms of stuff that I'm working on. Who funded that? And really looking at the end credits of that, and then sort of really building a release plan for each film. I've had enormous success with some documentaries and very little success with other documentaries. Of course, with the commercial work, a client is coming to you and they've got a budget. And then Darren talked about line producing. A line producer is the person who's like doing like all of the sort of thankless, incredibly important tasks, like getting permits and figuring out the parking and figuring out catering and the lunch and just all of those things, and like making sure you don't go into overtime, and you know, just the crazy things like you need a permit for a boat somewhere, the insurance, that kind of stuff. Like it's like, it's kind of that nitty gritty production management stuff. So yeah, it's like having different children in an orphanage almost, where you're trying to get each one of them to the right home and to support them and to feed them as best as possible.
Right. Jennifer, in terms of bouncing off what Cynthia was saying, in terms of ideas, the market and so on, how do you decide about productions? How do you, I mean, can you take us through your process in terms of picking a project, or basically just go through your process, please?
Sure. I'm on board with everything Cynthia said. I think from our perspective, because we're just new in the space, we've really come from a kind of a mostly doc space. We're moving now very quickly into the narrative space. We have 6 projects in the works right now. The big thing for us is, and I'll talk about 2 things. One is relationships with investors. I have found our experience is that and that's because I started in that space. Now I'm in a lot of different spaces, but our experience, especially in the first-time filmmaker or the newer filmmakers in the doc space, I find that they have less of an interest, or that they really don't have the experience to work with investors in the way that I think would be useful to the film. And that's been really hard for us, because we like to work with first-time filmmakers, but a lot of times their attitude is, that it's about the passion and the issue, and it's not about, we don't need to worry about the money or making sure we're working with investors in a way like Cynthia described, planning your film out so that it actually can sell, because we're in the doc equity space. And again, we're not in a position where we need to make a lot of money off of film, but there is a sort of a recurrence that says, if we could make our money back, then we can keep investing into this space, which is a place we really love. But we have found in the narrative space, and especially in the first-time filmmaker space, they have a lot more motivation to be working with their investors in a really positive way. Again, there's always those investors out there that are horrible people, and they come in and they take over a project and they don't know what they're doing and blah, 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 blah. That's all really good experience. But I find that the doc space in particular, we found ourselves pretty frustrated with the ability to work with investors. But that's a space we continue to try to build relationships with. And I said, as I said before, we really like the producing people that we work with. The second space for us too is how we pick our projects and how we go about picking. Like, people are like, Jen, what's your special space? Our special space is all about compelling characters and making sure that the story is the best story possible. I think we say on our websites, we tell great bleeping stories, and that's what we love to do. I don't know if I'm supposed to swear on this panel or not, but
you can if you want to.
We tell great fucking stories, and that's what we love. So sometimes for us, it depends on the film team. It depends on the script. It depends on the story. It depends on the partners that we're going to be with. But we love to play in that space. So we're not so much like, is this going to be sold to Netflix? It's just like, we're now moving into that. What is the commercial viability of this project? And that we love it anyway. So there's some projects we know we're not going to make any money on. We're not even going to recoup, and that's fine. It's a passion project. It's great filmmakers. They need the financial support. And in other ways, we're moving more towards what is the commercial viability? Is this going to be a film that it can get out there in the world to be seen? Because that's really what it's about. You've done all this work on a film. Is anyone going to see it? Are your investors going to be proud of it? Are you going to be proud of it? Is this something that can recoup? So there's levels to it, but and as Cynthia said so well, each of them, and I have 3 millennials, so I feel really sorry for me. they're all different. They're like having a child or an aunt or someone that you have to really nurture, and they're all very special in their space. So, and that's a space Wavelength. As much as we get upset with them in terms of first-time filmmakers in particular, we do love that space, overall. So those are two of the big processes that Wavelength goes through in terms of how we come onto a project, how we end up being part of that project, but we're always about getting it to the end so that it can be out in the world and be seen.
Well, Darren, I know that you mentioned Sean before. That's the filmmaker from Tangerine and the Florida Project. Is that right?
Yes, Sean Baker.
So you've dealt with, at one time, Sean was a new filmmaker. And in terms of first-time filmmakers and more experienced ones, are you still working with first-time filmmakers, or what's your gambit and what's your process with that?
I am. I'm working with a lot of first-time filmmakers. I like working with first-time filmmakers if they take the time to take advice and to Jennifer's point, deal properly with investors and things like that. There's a lot. I won't get into that. I think I signed a document that said I can't. Anyway, but to both Jennifer and Cynthia's points, so much of this from film to film is a reinvention of the wheel. And look, if you're a producer, you like that because it's, it provides, incredible challenges that you don't get up in the morning and, go like, okay, this is going to be my day. And then you learn how to prepare and prepare quickly. So, when I prepare, like directors and writers and stuff like that to go out and pitch and, and stuff is, it's really, really important. I mean, just one other thing that I'll say really quick is just like, a lot of people are like, wow, we don't know what the future holds because we're coming out of COVID, right? And I think for me, that is one of the most exciting things in the world, is kind of like not knowing what's ahead and being able to, it's like that, here's a perfect way to reinvent the wheel. And here's a perfect way to, to challenge yourself, get creative, and also know that the entire planet of filmmakers has been mulling the same things over for the last 18, 19, 20 months. And so I think it's very, very, very exciting time, hopefully. I'm starting to see some really, really great work. But to the point of like going out to investors, going out to producing partners, actors, whomever, know who you're talking to. I mean, I think that's really, like, know what their slate holds. And I also think it's really important to make your film, to cater your film and cater your pitch to whatever that slate is. Okay, so you've got Hereditary. Okay, let's go pitch it to Blumhouse. That's an obvious one. Well, it's also a film about a woman, and so let's go pitch it to Game Changer. And it's also, there's like all these different like little elements to each film that you can cater it to, the people you're pitching to. One other thing I'd say on the pitching side that I've recently just started telling filmmakers I'm working with, as well as students that I'm working with, is because people struggle so much with the pitch. They really do. I mean, it's for a lot of first-time filmmakers, it's the hardest thing to do is walking into a room and trying to sell something. So I tell them not to sell it. I tell them to go in and pretend that their film has been made, pretend it's their favorite film, and pretend they just left the theater and they're telling their best friend about it. And so far it's been working. So, that's like, I just think that's, that's good advice to kind of like treat it as it exists, because if you treat it like it exists, hopefully it will ultimately exist. And if you're, genuinely excited about it and know how to pitch it to, whatever room you're in, that's the best thing. I mean, more problematic places to go pitch stuff is, a bigger house, like say, A24, that's less specific, and they're just looking for great projects. Well, you go and you're like, well, what kind of, are they looking for a horror project? Are they looking for a coming of age? Or are they looking, and kind of like rolling the dice and hoping that you're pitching the right version of your script to them. But yeah, I don't know if that answered your question, but
No, it does. All for that though, in terms of pitching, Cynthia, at least from my experience with you, you basically, you producing your own material. I mean, are you producing other people's material as well? And also, either way, what is your process in taking things from a concept, going out, making it happen? How long a process is it? How hard is it to get that money and actually get it rolling in production?
So it's always harder than you think. And if you knew how hard it was, you wouldn't make it or do it. But in a way, it protects you because you think it's like a mirage on the horizon and you're like, oh, I'm close, I'm close, I'm close. And there's this mirage. But then once you're investing in it and you believe in it, you just do it. I mean, I think that there's an inherent there's a lack of equity, obviously, in this, or just a lack of balance in that the people that hold the keys to either a broadcast or to funding, right? They're really, they have chosen to have salaries with pensions and paid vacations and to be in a much safer place. And they're ruled between sort of two things, which is greed and fear, greed and fear, greed and fear, greed and fear. And so they're terrified of getting, losing their jobs and getting fired, but they also want the next best thing. And they can be confused. And I think to Darren's point, they can be really confused about what they think the next best thing is. And they're sometimes they have vision, but a lot of times they're sort of like lemmings. We, on the other hand, as filmmakers, they rely on us to take the risks, and they rely on us to pull money out of our own pockets, or, filmmakers who've mortgaged their homes, or, taken out massive loans, or, putting things on credit cards. Like, they rely on us to be the visionaries and to take the risks. And then you can feel sometimes like you're Oliver Twist, like, please, sir, can I have some more? Like, please, sir. And they sometimes can't see it. They are simply too literal to see it. And inside, you can feel it, you can see it, you're dreaming it. You can see that film that is really special and is going to be great. They can't, because they live in a much more sort of tangible, literal world, and you're living in a much more creative world. And bumping up against that, particularly in the beginning when you're developing a film, especially when they say stupid things to you like, I don't see it, or I see this only as a short, I don't see this as a feature, or whatever they say. I think that it's really important, like both Darren and Jennifer said, you need to know your audience. You need to really understand, for instance, I have a job interview in a couple of hours on Zoom, and I've been prepping for it. I've been sort of rehearsing for it. But it's not just about me talking. It's also about me listening. And when I work with new emerging filmmakers on set, students, et cetera, I always say, you've got one mouth, two ears. Be quiet and listen. Just listen. You need to read the room, and you need to understand how to read the room. But I also, when I'm prepping for a job interview, I'm diving into their LinkedIn, their CV, any blogs, any news articles, who are they married to, all of that stuff, so that I come just armed, knowing who my audience is and sort of how I can talk about it. But I'm also listening, and I'm listening in those meetings for what's not being said, because that's really important, particularly if they're giving you kind of a squishy maybe. There might be a way to kind of push that door open if you're listening to what's not being said. So there is this frustration, I think, it's particularly for me as an independent filmmaker, where I'm like, I know it and I can see it, and you just can't see it yet, which means then you are digging into your own pocket, or maybe you're relying on somebody who has funded a previous, has given you money in the past to help you come up with what's called a sizzle, which is just a horrible, horrible term, but basically like a trailer and a lookbook and, a PDF and visual, and then to Darren's point, you have to reinvent, you don't take the same potentially sizzle or deck to, you wouldn't take it to, one funder or broadcaster and then the other, and it's the same. You need to tweak it the way you would tweak any personalized, tailored email to somebody, so that it can really hopefully connect with them and their values and their audience.
First of all, I apologize for ever telling you that it should be a short as opposed to feature. Looking back, my days at HBO, but all the films were great that we worked on together. Jennifer, Speaking of something that Cynthia just brought up in terms of the landscape out there and approaching folks, I mean, obviously, you're executive producer, you've got access to funders and backers and so on, but you're picking projects. It's something you touched on before. In terms of, new projects coming to you and how they're pitched or not pitched, and how do you package them to convince people to come on board and eventually put the production together. Can you give any recommendations, as Cynthia did, regarding pitches and or how you package things, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first thing that Joe and I, my business partner, do is we just take time after a pitch to have a good belly laugh about like the pitch in general. And like, especially when you get to Netflix and other people, it's just like, okay, that was interesting. So, but as Cynthia said, you got to know your audience. So if you're going to pitch to Netflix, for example, the first thing you have to do is you have to know right off the bat, the only thing they care about is the click-through rate. That's it. And the second thing they care about is, can this be watched in 190 countries? So when they say that to you and you get all offended, and then you lose your pitch, then you just understand that's on you, right? That's what they care about. The third thing is, and this is what I've said to everybody, same thing with Cynthia and Darren have said, listen, ask questions based on what they say. Because I've had producers walk in to pitch me on something and they don't know anything about my company. They don't know anything about what we do. And all they do is spend the next 20 minutes talking about themselves and the fact that this is the greatest film. This film will change the world. And they give me all this passion and energy, and then we get done and I'm like, so do you want to know what we do? Because my first response to them is, listen, if I didn't care about your issue, I wouldn't be sitting in front of you right now. So you got 10 minutes to give me your biggest passion pitch, and then you better have some information ready, like, especially in the doc space. What's your budget? What's your plan for this film? How long is this going to take? Do you have clearances? Do you have an exclusive on this person or that person? Because I can't tell you how many be like, oh my God, this is going to be an amazing project. Oh no, we're talking to that person now. I'm like, well, don't come to me if you don't have a clearance, right? So it's like, get your act in order in terms of, as Darren's saying, get ready to pitch in a way that you understand your audience and you have the right information that really, truly investor, producer, filmmakers are going to care about, right? Because, and I've said to a number of lovely filmmakers, I understand this short means the world to you, but understand you're going to do 12 of these before anyone's going to pay attention to you. So this is not the end all be all short of all time. And I think our way of, and I agree with Darren and Cynthia, our way of just saying this is the reality of it is more important information for especially first-time filmmakers to have than, to me, for us to sit back and say, it's really tough out there. Streamers care about reality television right now more than they care about big issues. That sucks. And how are you going to get this film made? Because you care about it. It's a great film. We're in. But we also, as I said before, we also work with you in a way to help you get that film done and out for somebody to see.
Right.
So, it's a balancing act. And I agree. The streamer situation right now is maddening. And there's no theatrical. So you've got theatrical people coming to you and saying, all right, well, this is what we're going to have to do. And you've got people suing people because they went to streaming before, it's crazy out there. I mean, as Darren said, but I'm with Darren. We have pivoted in such big ways. And we've done self-distribution. We've pivoted on whole scripts. We've just been like, all right, it's COVID. So we gotta pull back and we got to do it this way. Right. I think what's coming is going to actually be very exciting. So I'm on that same page, Darren.
Jennifer, I think it's very, very nice of you to give people 10 minutes. I think that's,
No, sometimes I cut them off. I'm like, all right, that's enough. We're all here. We know why we're here. You want money. So what is it that you're going to talk to me about, right? So
my greatest piece of advice to filmmakers who are pitching, it's because so much of this ends up in social environments. Where you're, walking up to somebody at a social event or a party. Make sure I have a full drink in my hand before you start pitching. That will keep me around for a little while longer.
That's funny. It's interesting because this, what all of you have been saying reminds me of a book I loved called Shoot to Kill from Kristen Vachon of Killer Films. And she says in the beginning, somewhere in the preface is something basically just what your folks are saying, which is, I'm not supposed to receive any unsolicited material, ever. That's what my lawyers say, not supposed to get them. That said, I read unsolicited material. Don't waste my time. Do your research. What do we do? What does Killer Films do? What does 820 Film 24? Look at what we do and don't approach us with crap that we wouldn't do. It's a waste of our time, it's a waste of your time. And pitch us properly. So I think what you're saying is legit on that part. What's interesting also you brought up is the whole landscape. And this came up earlier yesterday. I don't know if it's, I'm getting to know you folks. I don't know if it was Jerry or Joe brought this up. This new landscape, right? For the past 10 years plus, places like Netflix have established this whole idea of streaming. And this is why it's no longer web series, even for the independent filmmakers, right? It's series, because all of them are web, it's streaming and so on. What are they all looking for now? What are the pitfalls and madness of navigating that new landscape in terms of, as they were saying, they say we want new content, right? Content is king, yet are they picking up things? Are they looking at certain genres, styles, documentaries versus fiction, true crime? What is your perspectives on this landscape and how hard it is to navigate that? You want to start off, Cynthia?
So I keep a running Google Excel spreadsheet that has a lot of columns, and I keep all of the industry intel in that Google, and sometimes I'm going through like an article, it could be a trade industry, or I've noticed that they've picked something up, or I've been invited to something or whatever, like, there's a film at a festival that's just been picked up. I add it to that so that, because you can really start to understand trends and needs and, as I said, audience and demographics. So that's what I do. It's just like, it just becomes homework. And actually this summer I had a Brown student who was an intern for me. And part of her job was just like, I would send her things and she would like put it into this Excel spreadsheet so that I'm kind of up to date, because that's part of my job. That being said, there are always films that are going to break, right? You shouldn't be pitching to the lowest common denominator or like this box, because there's always ways to break. There are always rules sometimes to break. And I do agree with my fellow panelists that in moments of great uncertainty and chaos, there's real opportunity. And the more that I can and we can just really see a littered, bumpy, chaotic landscape as like moments of, things are smashed, right? But in things being smashed and a building being smashed, there's like a slice of light through a broken wall. Go for that slice of light, because I think that there's a lot of opportunity in these moments of great uncertainty.
Darren, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with Cynthia in especially in the, the opportunity aspect of this. I mean, I'll go back to the reinvention of the wheel thing. I mean, it's really about understanding what's out there. And realistically, I mean, we need to think with competitive minds, like how you can compete against it. I mean, if you look at South by this year, it's still this year. If you look at South by, you don't want to make another COVID movie. It's like, you look, it's COVID, and it's like, okay, all topical, but guess what? That's the trending topic.
Right.
And, and you can identify topics that are going to be trending and either avoid them or figure out ways to reinvent them. I was pitched, a very well-known executive producer introduced me to a wonderful writer, probably about 2 years ago, who, came to me and she had written a beautiful script, but the script was the exact same script as the Rachel Monahan, is that her name? The film where she was the lawyer and trying to get kids out of the, so it was exactly the same film. I would say it was probably written better, but it was like, I can't produce this. It's the same movie, So figuring out your way out of that hole if you find yourself in that hole, because a lot of people are getting really, really creative right now. And there are a lot of people writing insurrection films. I'm among them, and we've figured out a very cool way to do it. But I went into the initial project going, I can't make any of these films because, like everybody's going to be making them. And that's what we have to compete against unless we can reinvent the wheel. And we did. So again, not just identifying and, kind of running in fear away from things, but identifying and problem solving and getting creative and being smart about it. I mean, one of the directors I'm working with on this particular insurrection project wrote a wonderful film, about, skateboarding girls in San Francisco, and the gentrification of Orange County. And, I took one look at it and I knew that Crystal Magell was making the same film. And so I called up Crystal and it was really kind of cool because Crystal was like, oh, what should we do? And I'm like, we're just not going to make this movie. And I talked to the director but then after doing that to him once, I wasn't going to do it to him a second time by saying we're not making an insurrection film. But, I'm sorry for the long-winded, reply, but it really is about, you're a problem solver. If you're a producer, you're a problem solver. I like solving problems. I like riddles, I like, having the floor rug, whatever, pulled out from under me, and seeing if I can fly, so.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I love that. I love both of what Cynthia and Darren are saying. We have a philosophy at Wavelength. It says, so just go ask. What's the worst they can say?
Right.
No? Okay. So then we pivot to someplace else. I'm with Darren. It's like, if you believe in your project enough, then, continue with it however long it takes to find other people that are interested in it. And the other thing I would add, and especially I know Cynthia, Darren, and Greg, you're all in this space. It's also believing in premiere content and believing that the indie film will come back. The comedies will come back. Not everything is going to be a crime drama for the rest of our lives. And so it's kind of waiting stuff out. I started in the doc space when docs were all of a sudden like everything, right? It's only been 4 years and now they're glutted the market. No, is that people are like, oh, it's doc series. Got to do a doc series. And it's got to be a crime drama doc series. And it's like, and we were like, no, that's not really our jam. So we're going to wait this out. We're going to go find the projects. We have some films coming out this year that we've been involved with for 6 years. So, but one of them is going to be I believe, a feel-good film, right? It's about autism, but mental health, and it's about hope, and and everyone's like, oh, Jen, no one's going to want to do that. You have to do a crime drama. And I'm like, nope, this is what we're doing, and this is where we're staying in this genre. And okay, we're not going to sell everything to Netflix or HBO or HBO Max or whatever they're all called now, but if you believe in your slate, if you believe in what you're doing, I know it feels like an old, broken record, but if you believe in it, you got to stick with it and understand that if somebody says no to you, all right, that just means you get to go to somebody else. No is not the end of the world, and so you're the only one making it that way. If you say to me, well, everybody has said no. All right, well, then go find someone to say yes. So it's more that space of, if you believe in your project, if you believe in your film, then you have to be the one selling it. You have to know what you're doing out there. And because you're not a victim of the industry. The industry is the industry. It is what it is. So, it's a matter of really, like I said, don't worry about no. There's a lot of people that will say no before someone will say yes.
I want to say, I just want to add to that, is there two things that I have found helpful. Sometimes I imagine a wall and it just, like if you guys have been to Mass Mocha or something, like a giant wall like that. And it just says, no, 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 on the wall. And at the bottom, right, it says yes. So every no, you cross that off. It's almost like you could be in a prison, right? You cross it off. That's one more no to a yes. So that's number one. You're just closer to a yes. You just cross it off, move on. So A, that. B, yes, you can't take it personally. It's hard not to take it personally because I think with these pitches, often you need to be so open, malleable, vulnerable. You're doing this on your own dime. You're doing this on your own time. You believe it. You're the one taking the risk, as I said. And it's easy for them to say no, and they have no idea. Like, it's like when they reject you, it does feel like they're rejecting like a fabric, right? Texture, fabric, DNA of your own being. And that's really hard. But what I remind myself, and this is very helpful, is particularly as a creative person, is I cannot confuse rejection with failure, right? Those are two different things. I cannot confuse rejection with failure. So maybe I was rejected. It doesn't mean the project is a failure or I'm a failure. I just cross off a no, and it's one more no to yes.
Well,
Cynthia,
now,
start
I'll
to-
just add one quick thing to what Cynthia said is, at the end of a pitch, if they've said no, or, like we had a woman, and she'll remain nameless, who spent the entire pitch fussing with her hair in the camera. And so we were like, oh yeah, I guess she's really not interested in the project. So we got to have a good belly laugh about, all right, that didn't work. That was hilarious. And so now every once in a while, when we're having a bad pitch, we just start playing with our hair and we're like, all right, good. You just got to find ways to laugh, I think, as well. So that's what I would add.
I have a question for Cynthia and Jennifer. I've had this experience many times, and again very recently, and I know how I feel about this, but I'd love to, I guess, know that I'm right. I'd love to get your opinion, and for the benefit of the filmmakers here. I've worked with filmmakers, or started to work with filmmakers, who will present me with a project, and I'll give an example. Two late night, gas station market, friends working together, in a Korean deli, or in a, in Little Italy, or, wherever. And I go, oh, you should probably see Clerks, or have you ever seen Clerks? And it's all the hijinks that ensue. And then the filmmaker will proceed to say, yeah, I've heard people say that to me before, but I don't want to be influenced by that. So I'd rather avoid seeing that film. It's happened to me 3 times in my career, and I've walked away from every project because I'm like, they literally make the same film that I compared it to and then they get called out on it. So I'd love to know your opinion on that, especially when you're putting projects together, and being hyper aware of comparisons. Sorry, Greg.
No, that's good. Cynthia?
Jennifer, do you have anything immediate to share with that? I mean, I've definitely experienced that. I think people are afraid. I mean, I just will say, I think that it's a scary thing. And I think people are afraid that if they did see Clerks, that somehow that would confirm that they weren't original, or I don't know what it is. Like, you have to, or like, sometimes it's, I think for all of us, sometimes it's really hard to be genuinely happy for other people who've maybe beaten us out on, an award or a pitch or funding, or, they've got this amazing agent, or like whatever it is. And, there's enough to go around that you need to be really genuinely excited for them, and also willing to be vulnerable and watch Clerks. And then, sort of think about, is there a way to really truly differentiate your own film? In a way, it's a listening thing, Darren, right? Like, if you're not watching Clerks, you're not listening.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it speaks to that age-old model of competition, right? There's so many filmmakers out here. Why be competing with people? Why not? Because when you're competing, then you're not believing in your own project. And I agree with you. The word that comes to mind when I hear someone say, I don't want to get influenced, is I say, don't be precious. Don't be precious about your project, because that's what you're being. Again, this is a hard industry. It's a really hard industry. Like you said, you're going to get said no a lot. People are going to tell you all kinds of things, but it's a matter of, one thing we don't do is we don't chase lightning. We are not going to run around with we got that story that Netflix is going to spend $10 million on our film, right? No, they're not. Oh my God, this project, we can't go to a sales agent. We got into Sundance, but we can't go to a sales agent before Sundance because there's going to be a bidding war. No, there's not. So it's really about, let's not be so precious about everything. What's your end goal? Your end goal is to get this film out in the world for people to see. So if you sit there and you've got it, then you don't got it. And I agree with everybody. It's, you know, I think the word precious is a little overused, but it's pretty applicable to a lot of young filmmakers in particular. So you got to do your homework. You got to understand that you got to have a lot on your plate to get one thing going. And you can put all your eggs in that one film, then, you know, it's going to be a long road. So I agree.
That said, it's hard not to put all your eggs in one basket. Cynthia, I mean, I know from my own experience, at least working on my project over these past 5 years, and I know from working with you over the years, it's listen to all you folks regarding the no's and such. And, oh, I've seen that before. Where's the new? Where's the original? I'm in a zone of there's nothing new under the sun, basically, right? Unfortunately, that's the way it is. And I will watch all those films just so I have reference. But if something's I'm feeling passionate about it, as I'm hearing from all three of you, you just feel like you have to go for it and continue to go for it, even though you hear those no's. Is that your experience, Cynthia? How do you maintain that passion despite someone saying that subject's already there or this and so on, and I don't see how that's going to ever find a home when it comes to giving money? How do you go about maintaining that?
Well, you know, I think, again, we are visionaries, and not everybody's a visionary. Not everybody can see what hasn't been breathed into existence yet. And it's a little bit sometimes like trying to describe colors to somebody who's colorblind. Like, okay, they don't see it yet, but maybe you can breathe into existence. I think my true north is if I'm dreaming about it and I can't stop dreaming about it, I don't have a choice. And for most of us, we don't have a choice. There's something beyond us or deep within us that just pushes us to make films and to make certain kinds of films and to go down paths that like it's just we have to. And if you are at that point where you're dreaming about it and it's almost like a plant that is like growing, like I've definitely had the experience of like almost like it's like vine, and I'm like, okay, leave me alone, like let me breathe a little, like stop. But if you have that experience, you have to make it, and it will find its way. It'll be probably longer and more painful than you ever anticipated, but we're here on this earth, and I can't imagine doing anything with my time other than this. Like that's all I really want to do is spend my time doing this. So I don't have a choice. So if it's at that point, I just, okay, I'm on the path.
Like Darren, I imagine this with Sean. I'm sorry, I keep picking on Sean, but it's up there. Something like the Florida Project. You're saying, oh, well, it's sort of a near-realistic look into this world, this slice of life, these people. It's like a documentary, but not. It's not an easy sell in terms of big box office and so on. But I imagine it's a great passion project that you feel like has to be realized. You and Sean it has to be realized. What's your suggestions with that when we're feeling that passion for something, but everyone's saying no, or we've never seen that before?
I think that is the selling point. I think that the idea that no one has seen it before is the selling point. I think that, some of the directors I work with are cut from the same cloth as Sean. So I think there's, but everybody doesn't have the luxury of having worked with Sean and, being able to say, well, this is my track record. So, here's another one who's gonna, please you. But I do, but remember that these are directors who've come to me with ideas and I've gone, oh, I love that. That's exciting and new. But that being, so I think for me, that's a big selling point, especially when I'm going out into the marketplace and trying to sell projects or whatever. It's about it being new and something that, you can't necessarily put your finger on, but everything isn't universal. I think I'm paraphrasing what Cynthia said earlier, just like, there's not a general audience for everything. And, to your point of, there are no new ideas. I believe that to a certain degree. I mean, you go back to the, every story derived from, Greek mythology and Shakespeare and and so everything old is new again. And it's really just about, look, sure, Tangerine, it was, it broke ground in the LGBTQ community. It broke ground in the tech world. It is a buddy comedy. Let's just, Prince of Broadway, the first film that I made, is basically 3 Men and a Baby. I mean, these are films that, are cited as being significant, but, we borrow the best from, things we want to pay homage to. Not that we wanted to pay homage to 3 Men and a Baby, but, and identify, the things that, that are kind of the tropes, and then figure out a way to, to make it new again. I never, any writer director that I've worked with for the last few years, at least, I insist on going through a script workshop with them, where we spend roughly anywhere from 12 to 20 hours reading on Zoom or over the phone or FaceTime or whatever, silently, every scene, and then talking about every scene, making every word accountable for itself. Because if you read every scene and you ask why, you will have an entirely new film by the time you get to the end of that script. And then you'll know what your pitch is. You'll know what makes it different. It's like opening a wine and letting it breathe. You're going to get a different taste if you just pour it in the glass than if you let it sit on the counter for a half hour. So, really it's about looking at your work, understanding your work, and, as you ask yourself, why does this scene exist? Why does this character chew on a toothpick? Why did he just say that thing? You start to understand the world. And when you understand the world, then your world is different. Even if it's falls into a trope of a buddy comedy or 3 Men and a Baby or whatever, you can breathe new life into the ideas that way. So again, I don't know if I answered your question, but
No, that's good. Jennifer, before we go off to questions from our filmmakers, Jennifer, did you want to speak on this a bit?
Yeah, I'm just going to add one little thing because Cynthia and Darren were fantastic. The one thing about what we do, and I know Darren, you all do the same, is we just build relationships and then we rely on those relationships to help us with our filmmaking. So the film I mentioned that took 6 years to make, I've had that out twice. And both times everyone said no. So the second time people said no, I went back to my relationships, like with Morgan Neville, Matt Turnauer, Mary Lissio at Blum. And I took that film and I sent it to them and I said, please rip it to shreds. I need you to tell me why no one, because I think this is a great fucking story. Why isn't anyone interested? And I took their notes to heart and we changed the entire film again. Okay. And that's the thing that I think is really important as filmmakers is build those relationships, not all with your best friends from film school, but build relationships where you know that you can take a project to them and they will be honest with you about why it's not working. And as Darren said, rip it apart, take it scene by scene, help me understand where I have to change this, what isn't working, what is the music doing, all that. And then if you put it out again and everyone says no, all right, well then it wasn't a great story. But I think if you really build those partnerships with people that you can rely on, it's very helpful to your filmmaking.
Well, this is to a point from yesterday. Partnerships, collaborations are an important part of this process. And obviously producers are an important part. Before we wrap up, let's get some questions from our filmmakers. Raise your hands if you have a question, folks. Okay, James Duff, please.
Yeah, so let's say I'm a filmmaker with a passion project that I have. How do I get an initial meeting with the three of you? Like, what is that first step if I don't know someone who knows you?
I'm absolutely terrible at saying no to people. So there's like, now that we've met, you probably will send me an email and I'll probably say yes, even though I'll put it through my assistant to make it seem like it's really hard. And, and then I'll get on the phone and talk to you for a half hour. I mean, really, a lot of it's luck. A lot of it's where you're at and like where you have the opportunity. Right now, guess what? You just had the opportunity. And you just ask that question and, you send me, a log line, and want to set up a call, I probably would make it happen. That's where it starts.
Okay.
It doesn't mean I'm making your movie, but never try not to start the conversation with, how do I get to meet with you? have a log line ready. Spit it out, man. It's gonna be, it's gonna be the spit take, and I'm gonna enjoy it. So just get it out.
And I'm like Darren. We love to talk to filmmakers. Some of my favorite conversations is telling them how they could do their film better. So I'm the same way. You can, now that we've met, you can email me. Again, I might not do your film, but if I give you a half an hour, I am definitely going to give you some thoughts. I've told some people your sizzle sucks. Here's how you can change it. Be ready that you're going to get some honest feedback from Wavelength, but that it's coming from a good place of wanting to get your film project done.
Cynthia?
Yeah, and I have a website. People reach me through the website, but I probably, unlike Darren and Jennifer, like for me, I get a lot of emails from people who say, can you basically, can you come up with the funding? Can you help me with the funding? Can you, and I'm in a place where I'm always looking for funding for my own projects. So I'm probably the least helpful in terms of that, just because like I'm doing the development on my own projects. What I think that I become quite helpful with is like marketplace, I know really well. And then, just the nuts and bolts of shooting in the field and editing and that kind of stuff. Like I do consult with filmmakers on that, but it's less of a financing thing with me, because I'm always looking for financing.
And we have Nadja. Nadia, are you still there?
Nadia?
I think she's frozen.
Is she frozen? Oh, all right, we'll delete.
Back, delete, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm the lead. I'm director of Call in Their Veins, which is a short drama, and it was my first film that I directed, although I've been in the industry for quite a long time as an editor, video editor. So first of all, I just want to thank you three for a wonderful talk and how insightful and useful it's been. Yeah, what I was wondering, obviously I've got a lot of projects in development. I mean, one of them is turning this short drama into a 4-part drama series. Some people are interested in it. There's another couple of short films that I want to do. And to approach companies, for example, like yourself, what level of presentation beyond the log line would you really expect? And also, for example, I've got some treatments. Do you sometimes can give feedback on treatments, where, if there's could be an improvement or something like that? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, it's always going to start with, is what you're saying initially in my wheelhouse? Is it something that I feel like I'm going to want to look at? Not even make, but look at. Is it something that I'm going to be entertained for 5 minutes by reviewing? So it's always about starting there and, and having a conversation. If I have a conversation with you and you come across as a person I'm not going to want to work with, I'm not going to, engage further. Beyond that, yeah, I will say, send over, materials. The last thing I will read is the script. I will start with, the initial materials and probably give the script a first few page look. If it's good, I'll keep reading and I'll get excited. And I've gotten really wonderful, charismatic people who have pitched me and been really sweet people who have, like won me over. And then they send me a script where, the first sentence has a spelling error, and I, like my experience with that is if people are going to treat the English language with that much respect, they're not going to respect an investor's money. So, they're going to be careless with that too. So, but, I feel like, it's always about kind of building the conversation. You start out small by introducing yourself and introducing your project, and then figure out whether, you can figure out pretty much whether it's a match or not. It's like a dating site, like, the things you're looking for, or the other person knows who the partner they're looking for. Maybe that was a bad reference. I don't know. But I feel like that's kind of where you start and you build, and it, so, but the stuff that I like to look at, I do like to look at Mood reels. I like to look at, I like to, read synopsis, and short synopsis and things like that to see if it's something I'll be interested in. But also having a really good looking package is very, very important. If I know you got your shit together, I'm more inclined to delve further down the rabbit hole with you.
Jennifer?
Yeah,
I think we have Nadia back. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm 100% on Darren's page. I've learned the hard way. Start with I know it's a terrible word, but start with the sizzle. Start with any, kind of assembly you want to send. Start with a great deck. Don't make your deck too long, please. I'm not going to read 67 pages of the same thing over and over again. If you can put it all down into about 5 pages, I think that's fantastic. But I can't tell you how many, and your director's statement, please don't make it 480 words. I mean, if you can't tell your passion about a film in 3 paragraphs, then stop yourself. And then the other thing too is, like I said, because I've gotten down the road on some scripts, I can't tell you. I get 30 pages in and I'm like, I don't do horror films. Why did I just get pitched a horror film? So again, know your audience, know who you're talking to. Wavelength we don't do horror films, so don't bring us a horror film. I don't even care if it's couched in a lovely, big, huge, passionate way. We're just not going to do it. So those are my 2 things that I'll only just add a little bit to Darren.
All right. Well, we're going to wrap up in just a minute, but I want to get Nadia in. She's back. Nadia.
So I have a question about what people's experience with co-directing is. I'm like toying with the idea of asking another director friend of mine to co-direct a docuseries. And I've never done that, but I don't know if it's like smart or fatal.
Oh, go ahead.
I feel like I should answer this. So I have co-directed 2 different projects. One I'm doing now, one I did before. There needs a couple things. There needs to be a really compelling reason why the co-directing. I spent 6 years working on a feature-length documentary in Indonesia. And I knew from the get-go, I was like, I can raise the money for this. This is a story that's never been told before, but I'm not Indonesian. I haven't lived in Indonesia. It's really important for me to find a co-director who is, fluent in Bahasa, has lived in Indonesia, understands the culture in a different way, et cetera, et cetera. So like that was a very compelling reason, and we co-directed. And then I'm now co-directing a documentary for National Geographic because the original idea came from my co-director, and we bring different strengths. That being said, it's a marriage. And it's very tricky, and you have to be willing, the way in which in a long-term relationship or marriage, there are moments that'll just really either irk you or frustrate you, or, it's not about winning every argument, et cetera. It's really about picking and choosing the moments of sort of like letting go, I guess. It's a long-term marriage. And then the other thing I would say is you always want to get it all in writing, like everything, like you want a lawyer to paper that deal in writing. Like in the end, who gets the 51%, who gets the final, right, the creative say, like really anticipating that. So that needs to be compelling. Otherwise, I don't do it or wouldn't do it.
If I may add, because with the film The Infiltrators, it was a film that I produced that was co-directed by Alex Rivera and Christina Ibarra. And it was, for those of you who don't know that couple, was an actual marriage. So it's, it seemed to make sense. I would speak not just from the creative side of things, but from the efficiency side of things, that it did slow things down a good deal in terms of the workflow, because there were constant, kind of like break off conversations instead of, just one mind. They weren't on the same page as much as they should have been. I loved working with them, but it was, it went a little bit longer. The days went a little bit longer than I think we had anticipated. So I think that from a producing standpoint, do think about efficiency, because I think that with whatever co-directors, except for, you know, Cynthia and her partners, who I'm sure are incredibly efficient, you know, just would you know, just be wise to ensuring that there is a lot on paper in terms of what the story is going to be, rather than, you know, leaving room for too many holes, because remember, you're gonna have a crew sitting around if, and that's in the narrative space, by the way. You know, I think it's a very, very different thing in the documentary space as well. Would you agree, Cynthia?
I think it's similar in the documentary space. What I would say, though, is that the crew can get frustrated. Like, they need to know who's in charge.
Oh, yeah.
And so sometimes I'll be the only person on, you know, in the field with the crew, and then sometimes she is. And if we're there together, we're very, like, either we're going into tiny little micro crews and we're simultaneously shooting something in different spaces, or I'll say, you take this.
Right.
You know, literally, if I need to go get everybody water, like the final thing I'll say is, if you're her co-director, you're also a PA, right? So if your partner is directing, you're looking around and you're thinking, what does the scene need? And not so much the scene of, like, you know, the people you're working with, but like the DP, there's a bead of sweat going down, you know, I need to go get some water, or we need to order lunch, or like, you become the PA, which is totally fine with me, because I just, in the end, it's in service to the film.
Right.
But if you're not the one, and you have to be very clear with the crew, like today she's directing, I'm support. And then sometimes I don't even agree with everything, but I'm just like, okay, we need water and we need to order lunch, and we also need to get the permit for the next thing. And that's what I'm doing. So it's also about checking your ego.
Right.
Well, thank you so much. This
Thank
stuff
you.
was extremely informative. I know I missed one or two people. I apologize. We're going to move on to our next panel. But before that, I want to thank our panelists, Jennifer Westfall, Darren Dean, and Cynthia Wade. You were fantastic. This is such great wealth of information.
Thank you. This has gone way
Thank
too
you guys
fast.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Jerry,
Thank you very much.
Jerry, send us your question and we'll get it to these guys to answer.
Yes. Thank you
Okay.
so much, folks.
Thank you guys.
Great
Okay.
seeing you,
now,
Cynthia. Great
do
seeing
we
you,
get a break?
Jennifer.
Do we get a break?
See you guys soon.
No, we're going to move
No.
right in for the next
Right
one.
in.
Hopefully, hang
Thanks,
in.
Jennifer. Thanks, Darren. Thanks,
Yes.
Cynthia.
Folks, the next panel is
No break
the
for
realities,
you.
something we're going to be talking about for a bit, which is funny, right? The realities,
That's so funny.
the realities of film financing and secured grants. And we have panelists with us today, Adine Kane, Jenny Raskin, and Megan Gelstein. I want to welcome you all. Thank you. Good afternoon. My God, I'm losing time here. I don't know what time it is in the basement. Anyway, so basically, the question or the thought that popped up in our previous panel regarding funding, because we all need to find money for these wonderful creations that we are contemplating. Basically, want to start off with, what do you folks do in terms of helping filmmakers find money for their projects? Do you want to start it off, Adine?
Happy to, and hi everyone, and thanks for having me. And I'm sorry, I just listened to the end of the last panel. Sounds like you're having a great day. My name is Adine Kane. I work at Fork Films in New York. Fork Films is a small production company started by Abigail Disney and Ginny Rediger. We make and we support documentary media, documentary films, feature length. We award grants for films and storytelling that will speak to our mission, which is a mission of how to move our world to a more peaceful and just place. We want to promote a culture of understanding, stories that have been overlooked, people who have been underestimated. We are primarily a production company, but this part of our grant funding is part of Abby's overall mission of philanthropic giving. And we award grants once a year. It's a process of invitation only, and it starts usually around the spring, and decisions are made in the autumn.
All right. And Jenny?
Hey, everyone. My name is Jenny Raskin, and I'm the Executive Director of Impact Partners, which is a fund that's been around for about almost 15 years now. And we make equity investment in documentaries, social issue documentaries mainly. And so our structure is that we're looking at a project to see, if we think it is a great story, has great characters, a directorial vision, and addresses in some way, either directly or more indirectly, some important issues of social justice. And then, the budget and where the film could go in the marketplace, and kind of do our own analysis of that. And based on that, consider making an investment in the film. And at the same time, we come on board as executive producers and are fairly involved in the kind of strategic life of the film moving forward, especially creatively, we're there as support, but as it moves more into the launch time, festivals or sales process, we're pretty directly involved in that. And we have an open submission that is available on our website that has a rolling deadline, so you can submit at any time. It starts with a letter of inquiry, so we can get a sense of whether or not we think it's the right project for you. And then hopefully within a month or so, you hear back from us of whether we're inviting you to submit a full application. And what else can I tell you? That's the really quick. Happy to answer any questions.
Megan?
Great. First, yeah, it's incredible to be here. Thank you so much for including Catapult in this really, really high power event. So thank you. Catapult Film Fund provides development funding for nonfiction films. We sort of see our role as helping filmmakers make a sample that's going to be strong enough to unlock their production funding. So it'll kind of more than a sizzle, it'll give a sense of story and character and visual sensibility. You can apply for a grant on our website. We have a rolling admission, just as Jenny, but going to kind of share the news is we're going to go to 2 rounds starting next year. So if you want a response now, send it in. Otherwise, we're going to rounds. We try to get back to filmmakers in 3 to 4 months. And we get about 1,000 applications a year. We come on board 20 of them. And once we come on board, we try to stay with the project through the life of the film, offering additional rounds of support and strategic advice. So that's our flagship program. We've recently launched a new program, which is our research grant. And here's the little funny thing I say we're putting the R back in R&D. So it is an opportunity to come with not a fully formed idea, with something that you're thinking about, something you're interested in exploring. With that grant, there's non-recoupable grant money and 6 months of professional mentorship. We pair you with a mentor, and then people at Catapult to kind of, with the idea of at the end of the 6 months, you're sort of ready to apply for development funding.
Excellent. Aiden, is there a range? Well, all of you can speak on this, but Aiden, is there a range of from lowest to highest? I don't know if you can give exact numbers, but just curious about that kind of thing.
In terms of money?
Yes, money.
Greg, and I should add, and I'm sorry, I probably didn't give enough at the beginning, but we fund all stages, development right through post-production, and filmmakers all over the world, but only feature length. We don't do shorts, we don't do series. Our budgets, we have a set amount internally. And again, just to say that we're a production company primarily, but our grant giving is really an extension of the work that Abby does. And so I'd say our grants range from about 10,000 to 50,000, usually on the lower end in the earlier stages, and the higher end as you're in production and post-production.
And you follow the project along. You don't just give the money out. You actually chaperone them.
We leave that as kind of filmmaker driven. So there's a lot we can do with the filmmaker if they need it. It can range from watching cuts, giving notes. We're a production company, so we're very happy to give any production help or support, look over budgets. Well, obviously we'll have seen the budgets, but it's really for us, that's filmmaker driven. And and it depends. Some filmmakers do come back to us and keep us very well informed. Some filmmakers don't, but we are open to filmmakers coming back for a second grant application at the next stage or a third one.
Jenny, you can also speak on this as well, but I know in the past when I've spoken to some filmmakers friends, they were deep in the death throes of like submitting something for ITVS consideration or something like that. So get back to me once I've come up from this morass. Can you give any notes as to, suggestions as to the pitfalls or suggestions about how to put things together to appeal to funding spots like yours?
Sure. Well, just to, since everybody's filling in those gaps, just to mention that in partners over the last couple of years, we have 2 ways to submit for investment, and both are for investment. A development fund, which is ranges between $25,000 to usually about $150,000, and that is for most documentaries, it's really early production, just because that's usually how films are made, but it is for the earliest stages. And then our sort of primary investment funding is for anything from the beginning to the end, and a huge range in terms of what we could invest. And I guess, and I think, I'm sure this is what most folks who look at a lot of submissions would probably echo. I think even at the development stage, even at the very earliest stages, what we're looking for is something that stands out as unique, and that there's a clear kind of voice behind the film and a clear vision for the project. And so at the earliest stages, you may not know what the story is going to be. Of course, you probably won't know what the story is going to be exactly, but whether it's in the writing about the film or if there's sample footage, to kind of put your foot forward around what you're going to do with the project, rather than, even though we're a social issue based funder, we're not really as interested in hearing about the background of the issue or why it's important, because we'll probably agree with you about those things and know some things about it, but much more, in terms of where you're prioritizing the work you're doing on the materials that you're submitting. I think much more about what's specific to this film and special about this film. So, that's very general, happy to dig in more, but I think that is a kind of common pitfall, is to, people are so passionate about the project they're making and the story that they're telling, and upset by a lot of what they're learning about this subject. And so to sort of overwhelm the application with those details and gets lost in there is, beyond like why you want to tell it, how you're going to tell this story.
Megan, in terms of range, and then also advice for filmmakers when they're trying to seek funding from you.
Yeah. So the range, development grants at Catapult are $20,000. The further rounds of support can the momentum grants, the consulting grants, there's a range in there for those. The way Jenny articulated this notion of not crowding an application with a lot of information about an issue is perfectly said. As funders of social issue documentaries, we're probably going to know about the issue, and we're probably going to agree with you about its importance. And that what is important, if you think of these applications as opportunities to get to know you as a filmmaker, as a director, if you think of them as opportunities, that's kind of the great framework for an application. And I also think for Catapult anyway, we really embrace the medium, the cinema of a visual language. I think sometimes that falls to the wayside, and for Catapult, that's quite important. We really want to know why you're choosing to make a documentary as opposed to a great article for The Atlantic or a book. Documentaries are a cinematic medium, and we want to hear what your ideas are for telling that story in cinema.
Aidan, in terms of the type of submissions you get, in terms of subject matters and such, are there some that you gravitate? Just curious about that in terms of what you've got. I don't know if you can actually point to particular case studies, if it's possible, just to show an example of the process, particular with one project?
First to say that I would echo everything Jenny and Megan said about tips. And the other tip I would add is particularly with verite stories. I mean, obviously it's unpredictable, but you should have an idea or a framework of the potential outcomes. And the other piece that I would give as a tip is that the sample that you send in, avoid trying to make a mini film. Just give a feeling for, you don't have to tell a beginning, middle, and end. And for us, we don't have a length. So whatever feels right to you. And I will say for development for us, we don't require a sample, and we really don't. It's just the application on paper. A case study, well, I can talk about, I as well as working for Fork Films, I just made a film, which was grant funded. And Fork Films, I got some grants from Fork Films in that. And it was a film about the overturning of abortion in Ireland. And so I'll say the process of applying to Fork was very straightforward. And one of the reasons we went to invitation only at Fork was so that there could be a lot more time spent on each application. So there could be really meaningful engagement. A lot of work goes into applications, as all of you filmmakers know. And so when we were getting up to 500 applications, they just weren't getting the time and attention they needed with the resources that we have on board. Because as I said earlier, we're a production company and this is just one department. And so the Common App has made a huge difference. It was an application that we were using for other grants. Fork, there were some tough questions. We had to know why we wanted the funds and be very clear about that. And the initial funds were development funds. So the pieces that we had to ask of ourselves as filmmakers was, are we ready to spend these funds and what are we going to spend them on, and be very clear about that. Another, maybe it's a helpful tip, is that sometimes, especially in early development, you can pack your proposal with ideas, and it's like everything in the kitchen sink, and that's part of the development phase. But as you move through the process, to make sure there's clear outlines of the focus and the protagonists and the characters. With Fork, as a filmmaker, getting a grant for them, I suppose I looked at the weaknesses in our team that we felt could be bolstered. And one of the things we needed a lot of help with was distribution. So being able to go back and talk about a distribution strategy or festival strategy was there. But it really, the process and the experience of applying for and receiving grant funds at Fork, it really is driven by the filmmaker. I hope that answered your question.
Jenny, I don't know if there's a case study to give us a little example, if you can talk about something.
Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of films over the last, and I would say, I'm trying to think of what kind of example might be the most representative, but let's see. I mean, we have a film that just premiered at Telluride, actually, by Robert Greene, called Procession, that we gave, I can just share the numbers and hopefully we can kind of keep it between us here. It's not a big deal if anything gets shared.
Circle.
Yeah. So we gave it a very small development investment of $35,000 when it was just an idea and a concept. And, I think one thing we look at is access at the very earliest stage. So he had already done the work of finding his characters, and it's a kind of difficult subject matter. It's about recovery from sexual abuse in the Catholic Church. So, that wasn't automatic that he would have that kind of access, especially for he makes very collaborative films. And so the idea was, and the concept that he brought was to collaborate with these men who were the subjects of the film to create something. It was a little up in the air at that stage what it would be. And then he moved forward with doing some early shoots. He raised some grant money. And then we came back in along with another equity investor to finance the bulk of the film at a later stage. So when we put in development money to a project, we have the option to put in further financing. We don't always end up doing it. And I should mention that at the development stage, we do either doc series or feature documentaries. And sometimes people don't know at that stage which direction it's going to go. So if it turns out to be a series, sometimes development is all that's needed, and we help with the sales process. In this case, it did continue as a feature film, so we put in further financing along with some other funders. And that's one kind of route of how we can kind of develop a relationship with a project. But then there are other films or projects where we might come on board fairly early in the full bulk of the budget, or close to it, you know, the full equity investment side of it. And then there may be some other grants, and I'm trying to think of a recent example of that. Well, just in the most recent, because it also, I think what's on my mind is the things that I've been looking at most recently, but we were just at Telluride with another project that is actually turned out after we and two other financiers fully funded it. We looked at a rough cut of the film. It was very long, and we all decided we thought it should be a 3-part series. So at that point, we kind of shifted gears and sold it. It's going to be on HBO. It's called Nuclear Family, and it's a personal story. So, you know, that was something where the filmmaker had been working on some version of this film for 10 years. I mean, it's a personal film, so usually that's had a lot of development that is not reflected in the budget or in the kind of technical schedule of the film. But we came on board at the early stages of it being this documentary, and along with another co-financing partner, fully financed it and kind of just went from there. So those are kind of different examples, but there are also a lot of projects where we come in toward the end, you know, where they've raised a lot of money, and we are looking at, you know, the first 30 or 40 minutes of a film, or even a rough cut, and they're, you know, sort of finishing the budget at that stage.
Right. Megan, how about you?
Sure. The question, I'm sorry, what was the question?
What if you can reveal in terms of a you know, case study or example?
Yeah, sure. So there's a couple of recent case studies that I can offer at Telluride. Both were projects that came to Catapult back in like 2018 with no material. The first one was a film called Bitterbrush, which is a beautiful film about women in the West. That film, Emily came to us with no material. Her prior work was Midnight Traveler, and we came on board that project not because of a sample that she gave or even an incredible proposal that she wrote, because she was really very much still exploring what her story was going to be, but she was asking fantastic questions, which I think is something that filmmakers should not shy away from sharing with a future funder, especially a development funder. We're very interested in the questions that you're asking about what your film might do in the future. It gives us such an insight into how you're envisioning the project. So for Catapult, if you apply, please do share the questions that you're asking, because we welcome that opportunity. And then going back to what I was saying earlier about a visual storytelling, Emily had these incredible ideas of finding a cameraman who could ride a horse and could shoot all the horses coming over the mountain, and it just felt very excited, and it felt very brave, and it felt very like a great opportunity that we wanted to support that, you know, breaking form and trying something new. So that was one opportunity. Another opportunity that was just a Telluride was a film called Land of Gold, which is a film by John Else. And, you know, John Else is a lion in our industry. And so pretty much any application he sent to Catapult, we would say yes to. But we were particularly interested in him trying to tell the story of race through opera. That felt like an important opportunity. And we knew in the hands of a filmmaker like him and his team that the storytelling was going to be fantastic, and that he brought it to us as a short, which we kind of envisioned it would be a short, but the material that he got on shoot was so strong that he ended up expanding it to a feature length film. And we were supportive of that and excited to see it make its way out into the world just a few weeks ago.
That's great. It's interesting you brought up, all three of you brought this up, this whole idea of nurturing even at early stages You don't have to have had, you know, sample footage and so on, that you can come with an idea and then it can be nurtured from there, funding for that. Because it reminds me of early days when I first started HBO back in '95. Plus, you know, you just accepted ideas. But as the technology advanced, I know, well, this is 2001, 2011. In 2001, the technology advanced to a stage where you could just basically do so much on your own. I know when I, after 9/11, sadly, I must have gotten at least 8 or 9 nearly complete documentaries in my office, and all because DV and home editing systems and so on. Nowadays, we have these HD cameras and fantastic home editing systems and grading and all these other things. I think people are getting, sadly, an unrealistic perspective as to what they can do on their own. So even though you folks are open to dealing with early stages, you find that people are getting a little outlandish in their thinking about what budgets they will need in order to fulfill the dream they have in mind, because they have access to all this technology and such for being independent. Maybe Aiden, we'll start that.
I think the budget is always something we look at carefully, that it's realistic. And if it's not realistic, we'll reach out to the filmmakers and talk to them about it and offer support in that area. And we have some standard numbers that we're trying to put together to share with people for when they're putting together their budgets. I mean, the one thing we see a lot of the time is that their own time isn't budgeted, just like everyone else's, and that's really important to us. So not outlandish, but I suppose, and especially for first-time filmmakers, just understanding how long it takes to make a film, and being reasonable about that, and even with equipment, and being able to, you know, borrow and use and goodwill, that it's still really important to put in market rates on every single line.
Jenny?
Sorry,
Sure.
lost my unmute. Yeah, I mean, I think there definitely are trends in terms of what you see with budgeting. I agree with Adine that there are, especially for first and second time filmmakers, there's a tendency to under budget in an effort to kind of appeal, but it's much more important that we see what's realistic and viable and sustainable for the film team. And just to speak from Impact Court's point of view, we are there, you know, there's sort of a process that happens as we're considering a film. If we definitely don't think it's right for us, then it will be a pass. But if we're interested in the film, it's usually an evolving conversation. It's not like, yes, we'd like to do it, and here's the number we will give you. It's a beginning of a relationship and a beginning of a conversation. And we're going to dig much more into the budget questions and strategy for raising the full budget that we would, you know, hopefully be helpful with beyond the money we're bringing to the table. So it's better to have all the information, and we're not going to be generally scared off by seeing a realistic budget for a film. I mean, on the flip side, I think, you know, this is just sort of a larger question that I'm sure all of you as filmmakers are thinking about. There's a different strategy for budgeting a film if it's going to be made completely independently versus if you're going to, at some point along the way, partner with a distributor, because budgets have gone up when they're co-productions with a streaming platform or a broadcaster significantly in the last 5 years or so. So, you know, every filmmaker has multiple budgets for their films. And I think it is important that you kind of think strategically about where you're applying. It's not necessarily going to be the same budget to apply for independent financing as it is to bring it to, if you're going to go into a pitch room with, you know, with Netflix. And I think most funders understand that. So, you know, you can kind of go in knowing that they're probably going to understand this ecosystem and understand what you're doing. And what we like to see is the realistic budget to make the film. So not inflated, not what you might hope if you sell it, because we'll love to help you do that and sell it and make a huge profit. But really what it will take to pull it off. And so I think I see budgets, you know, sort of too low and too high a lot of the time. I'd say, you know, there's been an equalization though, and things are kind of landing where they need to be for the most part, especially with more experienced filmmakers.
Megan?
Yes, absolutely. I agree with Jenny and Adine. These budgeting is like everything in this application is, these are relationships. These are opportunities to they're good opportunities to ask questions in a transparent way. You know, I think trying to present anything is sort of, it's all very fluid and all your funders are going to understand that. And to be able to speak about that openly and straightforwardly is sort of the best approach. But I do agree that it is a mistake to under budget. And I think all funders will see that as a red flag. There's a part in our review process where we say, is there any red flags to this application? And I would say 80% of those red flags have to do with unrealistic budgets where the intent is the film is going to be 40% animation, and there's no real understanding of what good animation costs. So being transparent and straightforward with future funders or future partners is great. And as Jenny said, they're not these final decisions. If Catapult sees a project that we're excited about, but maybe they're not thinking about it, it's a conversation that you have. And I think welcoming those questions from your future partners is good, because your future partners just want you to succeed.
Right. Obviously, this past year and a half, we've been in some various forms of lockdown and disconnect from the physical world. But a long time ago, there used to be, is here in the tri-state area, there was a grant library somewhere in Manhattan that you can go there and actually look through. I guess these are ones that people are allowed to be there, accessible to folks, so at least they can get a sense of examples of this is how you put together, log line, pitch, director's artistic statement, so on, and maybe even budget. I don't remember. I've only been there once or twice in the past. Currently, what other resources like that available to filmmakers? Because, when you're trying to put together a short idea, a short documentary, a short fiction film, a feature documentary, feature narrative film, it never seems to be exact, except for Doug S.S. Simmons and his, yell at you seminars and book, describing, there seem to be so many resources, but is there a good source for getting examples for that type of thing? Anyone want to speak on that?
Yes, I'll just blurt. Yes,
sure.
The IDA has that, and Hot Docs has that, but they both have that compiled. So no one should ever go and reinvent the wheel. You should just reach out to them and ask for access to them.
Documentary Association and Hot Docs up in Canada, do you have to pay for these resources, or can you access them free?
I don't know, but I do know the personality of both those organizations, and they would charge a nominal fee if they do charge a fee. Yeah.
And Aiden or Jenny?
I find in general other filmmakers are very generous with materials also. And there are organizations like the Doc Producers Alliance, where they run kind of an informal mentorship and people look at proposals, and Doug Blocks, the group. So yeah, I think there's an informal community as well of people sharing materials.
Okay. Jenny?
I mean, it's kind of obvious, but I look at the credits of other films, look at, study those. And then, I do think, to the degree, and this is just, one of the challenges of making films, but in terms of philanthropy, there are individual people that are interested in supporting films on issues that they care about. And so the credits can be a source, although it can be tricky to find those people, but certainly networking, talking to other filmmakers, what funders are out there, are they approachable, what's the best way, and just being very open about those kinds of questions. And, not everybody will share, but a lot of people will.
And I know from my own experience as being impoverished indie filmmaker, a producer, I've been a member of the, now it's called the Gotham, formerly the IFP, and Film Independent on the West Coast, the folks behind the Independent Spirits. And also, I just signed up recently for, it only costs me money, at least as far as I remember. It's all automatic. Stage32.com. Some folks I found out about when I was at AFM back when we actually physically had an AFM. And it's sort of like the LinkedIn for the film television community. So I'm assuming, at least from my past experience with some of the platforms, they have also some resources in terms of some mentorships, but also definitely in terms of libraries for that kind of information. I'm curious of also, since you folks, some of you folks actually help to mentor and chaperone your projects after you've given initial funds. Someone mentioned earlier about distribution, because of course you want to find a home for your film. Do you have any sort of connections? Obviously, maybe not final influence on these things, but in terms of finding a distribution home for your film or festivals and such? Eden?
I think we have relationships. Okay. And if we feel like that once you've got your strategy of where you want your film to go or who you'd like to see it, if there's a relationship we can be helpful with, we're certainly open to that conversation.
I'll jump in. I mean, we're pretty active in that side of things, whether it's figuring out the best team to be selling it, or sometimes we do co-rep the films that we fund and work in conjunction. And really it's just because since we're making, 10 or 15 films a year, we're not to the degree a sales agent maybe, but we just sort of understand what people are looking for out there on the distribution side, or maybe having conversations regularly with buyers. And so if we think we can be additive, then we will be part of the process.
Megan?
Similarly, so, we tend to come on board projects, 5 years before they make their ways out into the world. And so those relationships with those film teams tend to be very strong. We tend to be the kind of the first person to say to them, this is a really good idea. Like, yeah, this is good. We made this, I'm going to digress for a minute, but we made an anniversary reel. We had our 10-year anniversary a few years ago. And one of our filmmakers said, you're there at a screening and everyone's clapping or they're getting an award. And at that moment, the film feels inevitable. You can't imagine a landscape where this film didn't exist. But in the beginning, it's really anything but inevitable. It feels very like, oh, is this a good idea? Like, I don't know. I remember when Jim LeBrecq came into our office with his movies from Camp Jeanette, and he was like, I don't know, you guys, like, do you think anything is here? Like, is this good? Like, does anyone care? And, we were like, yeah, I think that seems pretty cool. And then, his Oscar nomination for Crip Camp just last year. But the point being is we come on early and we make pretty close relationships with our filmmakers. And then those relationships kind of go their own life. And if it is seeming at a point where we can be additive, that was the perfect word, Jenny, to help them on their journey to find the next team member that they need to get their film out in the world, we're always happy to do that. I just connected a filmmaker this morning with Cinetic, and we'll see if they come on board. But, we are kind of a boutique funder, and we do whatever it is that we can to be helpful at the time.
It's great to hear that, because look, getting the funding for these films is hard enough. Finding a home is sometimes next to impossible. So at least the fact that all three of you exist to at least, inspire folks to that they can actually, somebody can believe in a project, invest in enough to get things to the next stage is fantastic. I want to reach out. Just curious, are there, again, to the concept that we've been throwing out there, pitfalls? Are there any, pitfalls that you that your filmmakers have encountered, you just want to make us aware of, things to avoid and landmines out there? Aiden?
I think I mentioned some earlier in the application process. I suppose one would be to be strategic about who you're approaching for funds, like to really understand what films that they fund, have a look at what they funded before, so that you don't spread yourself too thin. Because every application, even if it's following the core application, it does take time. And you're generally tweaking the materials or creating another little piece, and then it's nurturing that relationship with the funder. So try to be, to hold your nerves and pick the funders that you think will be helpful to you, and don't spread yourself too thin.
Jenny?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of beating the same drum, I guess, but it's so much about relationships. So if you get that first funding in, you know, as Megan was just describing, like, do ask them to help you and put in a word with the next, because it's all about building momentum. And, you know, it's easier to come on board, you know, obviously a place like Catapult or Fork, if they're coming on for development, they're taking more risk, but the fact that they've come on board is going to help other potential funders or other potential partners feel more confidence in the film. So you just kind of have to be willing to utilize the successes you have to, you know, build to the next success that you're going to have. And I think sometimes people are shy to do that and, you know, hesitant to do that and feel like they've already gotten so far. And it never hurts to ask for whatever assistance that, you know, you are building a kind of stable of people and organizations that want the film to succeed.
What about you, Megan?
Yeah, I agree with what Adine and Jenny said. I also think build relationships and also just be brave and be strong. And it's hard. It's really hard. Making an independent documentary is extremely hard for everyone, every single person in this field. It's difficult. And anecdotally, minding the gap, right? We all remember that, clapping at the Oscars, right? 42 grant rejections in a row.
Wow.
42 grant rejections in a row. Like, be brave. It's hard. And oh, one more thing, be brave. And anytime you can get feedback, ask for feedback, because you don't have to take it, but it can be valuable.
Being open is an important thing.
If you get rejected, say, okay, can you
Right.
tell me why?
Right.
Because it can be useful. It cannot be. They might not give it to you, but if you can get it, take it and use it for whatever it's worth.
To that point, do you folks actually provide feedback as to why you didn't accept the project if you haven't?
I'll go first. We do. I know, that's crazy. What? Why do we do that? What? Are we insane? We get 1,000 applications. How are we giving feedback? The truth is not that many people ask for it. So, so far it remains manageable. And it's the flip coin to having an open call. We feel like if we're going to have an open call, we should be available to respond and offer our 2 cents of why it didn't go to the finish line at Catapult. So yeah.
Aiden?
We also try to give feedback if we're asked for it, and it is surprising we're not asked for it, as honest. But by issuing an invitation to Filmmaker to apply to Fork, we're already on a part of the journey with them. We've possibly been following tracking the film for a couple of years at film festivals or pitching sessions, or we've already met the filmmakers a couple of times. So by the time your film comes in to be fully assessed by our team, there's already a relationship there.
Okay. What about you, Jenny? Give me
We don't formally offer feedback. I mean, similarly to Adine, we, you know, if a very common response to get from us, which it can be very annoying, is we'd like to see more, or we'd like to see it at this later stage, and we'll explain why at that point. But it is very annoying, but it is because we're still interested in the project and you know, try to keep our applications as they're pretty loose. Like, you can pretty much use what you're using for other applications. You don't have to do anything special for us, but yeah, it's a little, we don't have the bandwidth to give.
Totally understandable. I mean, I'm suffering is the bad word. I am still experiencing ripples from the 24 years of me giving feedback back at HBO, because most of the filmmakers I dealt with were independent folks, and although they were making great films or had great ideas, they were always wondering, wait, why wasn't this for HBO? Why did you reject this? Out of all the 200 films that you watched this month, I don't get it. And I was, you know, nice enough to say, well, this is why. Unfortunately, don't tell anybody. I'm not writing this down. I'll talk to you for 50 minutes. It just didn't work because of this. And usually they accepted it. A few got angry and yelled and screamed and threatened to come down there or you know, find my dog or something and sync it. But I think, look, I can understand. I hope filmmakers will appreciate the fact that there's almost so much bandwidth you folks have to deal with this. Here's another one for you because it's an obvious one. COVID, with all this been going on lately, has that affected the process? Just curious about that.
I can jump in. I mean, I think it definitely did for a period of time, obviously for films that we've already funded or films that we're seeing submit to us that were verite or observational and that were in production. That was a challenge, a real challenge. I mean, and making any film was, as we all know, a challenge for a while. And then the kinds of films I think that we're able to ramp up were a little different. For projects that did find a way, it's part of the story in some way. And that's interesting. It's going to be interesting to navigate as these films start to go into the world. And, at first it was very much, highlighted. And now to some of the observational films that we've been involved in for a few years and they continued shooting, it's just, you don't have to highlight it. We've all gotten used to it and it's just there. It just happens as part of so, I mean, I think it's been really interesting for documentary filmmakers to figure out kind of real time how to incorporate, our new reality into films that are about something else. But of course it's all connected and most films are about many, many things. So, definitely, and then if we could have a whole panel conversation about what it's meant to be in this kind of Zoom room instead of in person at festivals and the, downsides of that and some of the benefits, being able for people to come that wouldn't have normally been able to come to these kinds of rooms. And so it's changed a lot. I mean, and not all of it bad.
How about you, Aidan?
Nothing much more to add other than what Jenny said. We've experienced all the same things.
Megan?
Yes, I think there's going to be a cohort of films that are going to be time-stamped by this experience. And I think given how long it's gone on for, I think it's just starting to normalize. And I appreciate there's a film that we're supporting right now that's really breaking form and kind of working with actors, and it's just an exciting project and is leaning into COVID as being part of her storytelling style, which feels exciting. But it's so much part of the fabric of nonfiction storytelling at this point. Weirdly, I think it is normalized.
Yeah, I suspect that's the hard part about that. I know it's my experience back at HBO is that once something becomes a hot topic, everybody wants to do a film about it. And they think automatically you have to give them funding for it because they're going to do a different spin that no one else is going to do, despite the fact that, as per our last panel, they obviously are not looking at the landscape and realizing through either IMDb or, as you said, IDA and so on, they're not looking and saying, oh, there was a couple projects there about this exact same subject matter, especially since it's such a hot topic. Or since I think a number of you are zoning in the whole idea of, strong emotional connections, social, there's a lot of layers to it. I mean, that's what we were thinking back then is layered filmmaking. Maybe you can do a story that's about COVID, but maybe there's something else going on, meaning it's not really about COVID. It's about family. It's about, love. It's about, finances and seen through a person. And therefore that's more unique. And maybe that's more appealing to one of your funding platforms. I want to open it up to questions, and I'm going to put on my old man specs to see if there's anybody up there asking. Just raise your hand. Let's see, and just remind me if I miss anyone, because I'm getting older.
Jerry,
Greg. Thank you, Jerry.
Yep.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks, Tina. I just want to thank the panel so much for sharing your experience. I'm just coming to the end of, my wife and I are just coming to the end of a 3-year project that was kind of all in, and we finished now. We, rushing and get it over the finish line to Kelly. And just to be reminded again of the concept of feedback, it's been difficult to collaborate at the very end with COVID and get that that creative, honest discussion going in terms of what we can, you know, go back to the drawing board with. And this this whole 2 days is just reminding me that this is not necessarily the end of this project. It's given us some time to breathe, and it's hopefully going to give us some time for people to have a look at, which is something that has been a tremendous amount of work, like, you know, 10 times around the world, you know, rice and beans and make it all work. So for the work you do to keep us going, thank you so much. And for the inspiration to just kind of go, okay, time for a tiny little breather before we can re-engage. Perfect. So thanks. And a big thank, Kelly, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to participate with these wonderful people.
Excellent. Is anyone else? Any more questions? Look for a raised hand. Did I miss anyone? In the meantime, folks, I'm curious, you mentioned about—
Julia
Oh,
had her
Julia?
hand up, Greg.
Oh, cool.
Julia.
All right, I missed you, Julia.
Yep.
Hello, thank you all for being here. I had a question about the impact of streaming on documentaries, and a comment that came up in our last panel was this idea that Netflix is looking for a film that can be watched in 192 countries. And I'm just sort of curious to hear your feedback around like niche documentary topics that are very specific to a country, a world, versus documentaries that are perceived to be globally of interest. And I don't know if you have thoughts about that in terms of both where we're headed and also what projects are getting funded and finding a home.
Megan, did you want to? I thought you raised your hand.
I did raise my hand. I'm throwing 2 articles in the chat. Is that going to work? Hold on. Hold, please. Oh, come on. Am I not permitted to do it? Like,
You should be able to put it in
access or
cut and paste it into the chat.
There you go, friends.
Yay.
There you go. So there's 2
Thank you.
articles here, which I would encourage you to read. One is a little bit more on the nose about the rise of the global streamer and kind of content driving form and commerce driving content. So that's a really interesting one to take a look at. And then there's another one in there, which is a part of the journal, World Records Journal. Do you know that? It's coming out of Union Docs. Really smart people, really interesting team of people really talking about the rise of the global streamer. So I would encourage everybody to take a look at both of these articles because they offer a pretty interesting view. I think what's weird now is like there's no middle class in terms of distribution. Like there's either the jackpot or there's like the mom and pop, and there's no middle class to how films get out into the world. And I would never profess to have an answer, but I think it's good to acknowledge that that is the way that it's going, but not to despair, because that, like the 2 films that we just had at Telluride, I mean, those films were made on Kleenex, and, you know, with people who believed that in the world that they live in, they want to see films like this. And so I don't think I don't think the global streamers are in charge. I think they're very powerful and they deliver really interesting content, but it doesn't mean that if you're not in that tier, that there's no home for the work that you want to create. So check out these articles. They're pretty interesting.
Is there anyone else?
I think that was great, Megan. And I would also add
Judy was going to.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think it's really important to know when you're starting off in the development phase, know who your audience are and where they are, so that your strategy from the very beginning is, I mean, and if your audience is a global world, you know, then you build your team and your whole model around that. The film that I just made called The Eighth with 2 other co-directors, it was a story that was happening in Ireland, but we felt it had universal scenes and it had resonance all over the world. And so that's how we planned our distribution and our marketing around that. And the other thing is, I do think it's important. I mean, there's 10 or 15 docs that rise to the surface every year, and they're the big docs, and we see them in all the award ceremonies. And it's very hard to see that if you're an independent filmmaker with not so much a smaller story, but not as much visibility, and never get that visibility, but you will find an audience. And there's a whole lifetime for your film. There's the initial festival audience, and then there's the possibly a broadcast, hopefully, and smaller theatricals are becoming more possible now with this whole new digital world. There's your impact, if you're going to have that, and your impact conversations, and that can cross all sorts of boundaries. And then ultimately there's the long tail then on your educational. So I would say there are so many more amazing films than we all get to hear about, and there are audiences for them, and just know where your audiences are.
Your thoughts, Megan? Oh, sorry, your thoughts, Jenny. I think Megan already said.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have too much more to add. I think, I agree. It's a bit of a feast or famine situation out there right now. And I think if you're taking on a topic and an approach that, may be one of the ones that feasts, but may not, then it's just good to be aware of that and think about that in terms of how you're approaching your budget, your funding, who you're partnering with. Why are people giving you money or helping you? Is it because they think it's going to be that big hit one? Because maybe you should disabuse them of that idea if that's not your plan even or goal, but they still may want to support you. And so there's the kind of getting over the hurdle, like you were saying, Greg, about raising the money and getting the film made. And hopefully by doing that, you're bringing in people that are like-minded and understand what you want this film to be, and therefore helping you along. It's a process, it's a long journey to figure out how you will reach those audiences that you've targeted, and will be creative with you. Because for impact partners, the projects that we sell to one global streamer, those are we spend our least amount of time on those films. Those are like they don't let you do anything really. You can go around and speak at a panel, but and the other films are the ones that require the work of your team, and a sales agent's going to stick with you through. It might take a year to exploit all the different opportunities that you might have, or 2 years. And so it's understanding what you have and what you want to do with it. It doesn't mean that you wouldn't welcome the opportunity for if it happens to go the route of one big sale, but knowing that might not happen, and do you have the time to stick with it, or are you surrounding yourself with a team that would do that work for you? I think that's it's hard to think about it when you're in the kind of crux of the creative process, because that really takes everything. But to the degree that you can keep that in your mind, or that you have a good producer who can be thinking that way, even if as a director you don't have the space for that. These are all things that are good to think about from the beginning, and just having like what you're doing here, and having these conversations, having an understanding of the marketplace that's out there. It might change in the 2 years it takes you to make the movie. It has changed, so whatever best laid plans, that's kind of the fun of it too. And for everybody that gets involved, hopefully they recognize that.
Is there another question for anyone out there? All right. Well, thank you so much. We're going to wrap up here. We want to give applause and thank our 3 panelists, Aiden Kane,
Thank
Jenny
you so
Raskin,
much.
and Megan Gelsting. You folks have been fantastic. This is a lot of useful information, and hopefully, look, they're here. If you need funding, knock on those doors with your projects.
And Aideen, I just want to say we've had a couple of your films here at the BIFF. So anyway, it's nice to see you in person.
And you too, Kelly.
Yeah. Keep up the good work, ladies.
Thanks, everyone.
We need you.
Thanks so much.
Good luck.
Oh my
Take
God.
care.
Thank you so much, folks. Well, we'll see you folks back here at 2:50 for our next panel, the ABCs of Acquisition. Another
We get a break? We get a
filmmaking.
break?
You get a
You
break.
get a quick break.
A little break. Like
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna eat, go to the bathroom, put out my dog.
I got the time zone wrong.
something, the whole thing. Have a massage.
So
But come back,
really this.
please. See you folks soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Yep. Kevin
Yeah,
is too much.
thanks.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Hello.
Hey, okay, I just wanted to make sure you sounded okay. I hear you fine. You there?
Yeah, sorry.
There you are. Okay.
I muted and turned off my camera as I caught the tail end of the previous session.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I just wanted to make sure we could hear you now. So you're set and good to go. Just you want to chill for a minute, then we'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much. Look forward to it.
Recording in progress.
All right. All right, folks, welcome back.
Let's see if we have Jasper. Excuse me. Yeah, we do. Great. And we've got Emily, wonderful, and Jeff is going to be joining us shortly.
Excellent. All right, well, welcome back, folks. I hope that you had a good break. And so we're going to do our last panel for the day, for the summit. And this one is the ABCs of Acquisitions and Distribution with our panelists, Jasper Bosch, Emily Russo, and Jeff Seelbach. So basically, people are looking for a home. This is a great way to end off the summit, right? Just want to make sure that we have everybody here. Carolyn, do we have, I'm sorry, I'm looking through.
Jeff is going to join us, so we can go ahead and start, but we're thrilled to have Emily and Jasper. So thank y'all very much.
And Jasper, okay. All right, so cool. Basically, you know, ultimately.
Hey, Emily. Hey, Jasper.
Hi, Kelly.
Good to see you.
So we spent the past day plus going through the process of creating our wonderful films, and now we're trying to look for a home for them. I don't know if you can just start us off, maybe Emily. What are you folks looking for, and how do filmmakers go about getting their films distributed through you, finding a home?
Well, okay. Personally, for Zeitgeist, you want me to start with the personal?
Go ahead.
So Zeitgeist has been around for, this is our 33rd year. So we've really been around for a long time. And we have always focused on theatrical distribution. We take a very small number of films every year, maybe 5 or 6. and we give them very specialized handling, getting them out into the theatrical world, getting their branding done that way so they can then end up, you know, in the long tail of educational distribution, digital distribution at the time, VHS distribution, DVD distribution, television, et cetera, et cetera. But we always believed that theatrical sort of drove the engine for all of that. And so that's also just what we like doing the most. My partner, Nancy and I, Nancy Gersman, we started the company together in 1988, and we were both bookers at theatrical companies. And then we started Zeitgeist to pick our own films that we wanted to work on. So we've always been notoriously selective and picky and thoughtful about what we do. If we take it, it's because we really love it, because we really want to work with it. We're very passionate about it. We really believe in it. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but at least we always have that satisfaction of knowing that it's something we really wanted to do. And about 4 years ago, we had to shift gears pretty much in terms of just how our business was running. It was very tough times in film business. And we joined a partnership with Kino Lorber. So now Zeitgeist has sort of an imprint at Kino Lorber, which is another very wonderful company, which formerly had been a competitor of ours, and now they're a partner. So Nancy and I continue to pick 5 or 6 films a year to do a theatrical release. And Kino takes all the other rights, handles all the ancillary rights into their formidable library of over 2,000 titles. So they'll work on the DVD release, or Blu-ray if necessary or wanted, all the digital and the educational and all of that. So now Nancy and I are really strictly only focusing on the theatrical, and the titles are jointly there. It's a branded Zeitgeist Films in association with Kino Lorber. Some of those films we've done were Bombshell, the Hedy Lamarr story was one of the titles. The Oliver Sacks documentary we did with them last year. We're about to release In Balanchine's Classroom on September 17th. We did the Ken Loach film, Sorry We Missed You, a bunch of films. They're all on our website, so you can see everything that we've done. But it's still those 5 or 6 films. We're still basically in that model, except now we're doing it with a partner company. So we have a little bit bigger resources, and the films have a little bit of a different trajectory.
Okay.
And we have the incredible film Hive from them this year, which
was
one of my favorite films out of Sundance. It's in competition at the BIFF, and that film is extraordinary. So I'm so happy it found its home with you guys, because it's exactly where it needs to be.
Thank you. We feel the same about it. And we just learned yesterday, was just announced that Kosovo is putting that film as their best foreign language film from that country. So we're very excited.
Very cool.
Be in the Oscar race with that film. It's a long race.
I love it.
But
that film deserves it. It's so, I always look for a film, like a Kosovo film. They're hard to find, but that is a gem of a film.
Yeah, we think so.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great.
And what about you, Jasper, in terms of what you do or can do for filmmakers?
So my name is Jasper Bosch. I'm the head of distribution here at IFC Films and IFC.
Sorry, Jasper, your audio garbled.
You sound like you're underwater.
Is it good now?
No.
Well. I'm going to leave this.
You want to leave and come back?
Yeah.
Emily needs to advance for a minute.
Poor Jasper.
I'm sorry, well, in the meantime, did you want to say anything else, Emily, before trying to shift gears?
Do we have another Kino, we have a Kino film, Sheep Without a Shepherd.
Yeah. Between Kino and Zeitgeist, we can, we're now cornering the market on, all the foreign language films and documentaries. But yeah.
Do we have Jeff? Is Jeff not here?
Jeff back yet? I don't think he's here yet.
No, not yet. I'll certainly let you know.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe we can start with this question with you, and then move on to the others when they come back.
Yeah.
In terms of how you go, you only take a certain number of films a year. Do people submit things to you cold? Do you have to get through a vetting process? How does it work
Okay, well, I'll certainly be happy to answer that question, but I see that Jasper's back on, so maybe
Okay.
maybe he'll be able to introduce himself. But in the
Sure.
meantime, I'll just quickly say that we get our films from a variety of ways, but we generally acquire them at a film festival or through a film, something that we'll see at a film festival or possibly from a sales agent. It's rare, but not impossible that we'll get something directly from a filmmaker, what we'll call like over the transom, kind of an unvetted thing. It doesn't happen very often. We can't look at that many films. We only need 5 or 6 a year anyway. So we don't have an open door policy where people can just submit their films. They really need to come through some way so that we can manage, what we're looking at. But occasionally, if it's, somebody will send us, send us a synopsis or some information or a trailer, and if we look at it and we're interested, if it looks intriguing, we might take a look at it that way, but it's very rare.
Jasper, you're back.
Yeah, is it better now?
It's great. Thank you so much.
We did a sound test before too, so I was so certain that we wouldn't have a problem. But
It's the Zoom gremlins. They're attacking us, but you're good.
What can you do? So hi everyone. So my name is Jasper Bosch, and I'm the head of distribution at IFC Films and IFC Midnight. So we exist, I guess, in a similar space to Zeitgeist. We tend to take in that we take completed films and release them into theaters and into the ancillary platforms. Our slate, we do probably about 30 films a year of various types. Maybe half of those go through our IFC Midnights brand, which is, the more genre leaning, while IFC Films is largely documentary and independent, American independent, and foreign titles. Many of our films we put out in a day and date model. IFC Films was the first company to do that about 15 years ago. And majority of our releases go out through there, where they're made available on transactional VOD platforms at the same time as they're available in theaters. With a handful of films going with an exclusive theatrical window. But this is majority of our films, I think, do go out in this model, and in the pandemic that has been just a saving grace for us, of course, as theaters have not necessarily been the way to reach audiences, as there haven't been theaters. So for the time being this year, I think of our 30 films, maybe 2 of them have a theatrical window, just about a week. But everything has just been available across the country on a nationally advertised and nationally publicized date. I'm trying to think, coming up, I feel like I'm just zipping through this introduction, and I apologize if I'm skipping any points. Coming up.
Well, since we have half your slate, do you want me to tell you what you've got coming up?
Oh yeah, Kelly. Yeah, which of the IFC, which of our films should people be seeing at the festival? I know we have a few. We have Dating in New York imminently.
Finding Figaro.
Mm-hmm.
Dating in New York, and we wanted to have, but because we went virtual, we couldn't. We wanted to have the incredible film Beta Test, which is such a cool film, and Cow, which is absolutely an extraordinary documentary. Which just was a Telluride, but really, groundbreaking documentary. So we won't have those 2. We were supposed to have them, so we still consider them BIFF films. But anyway, Dating in New York and Falling for Figaro. But you guys have a great slate this year. Well done, Jasper.
Thanks. We do. It's a jam-packed Q4, which is so frustrating because Q4 is such a competitive time of year normally, and we're competing with ourselves so much. But yeah, and I think coming up imminently, we have our next theatrical forward film will be Bergman Island, the new Mia Hansen love film, which is going to release in October.
And in terms of the company and the process, do you pick up films? Do you take raw acquisition? Do people get to just send unsolicited material to you, or do you have to vet them through some of the platform?
People do. We have taken films on that have come through the submissions line. Similar to what Emily suggested, we majority of our acquisitions come through the festival pipeline, titles we see at festivals or that get submitted to us by sales agents with whom we have ongoing relationships. And especially films that aren't going the festival route, or we come on board a little earlier, those do tend to be more of the ones that come in through a sales agency.
Right.
Filmmaker submissions, there might be an extraordinary film on there, but there's only so much time in a day that if we don't have that vetting process of a festival curation or of the relationship through a sales agent, quite frankly, those tend to not go to the top of the list. They still get assessed, but we're considering how many films exist in the world. A majority of our films that do make it through the entire acquisitions process and wind up as part of the slate are generally ones that go through the festival process or through sales agents.
All right. And do either of you fund projects from scratch? We just got off of a funding panel. Just curious about that. Maybe Emily, would you?
Yeah, no, we do not. That's something we never, ever did before we joined Kino Lorber. I don't believe Kino Lorber does either. We're really strictly a straight acquisition and distribution company.
Sorry, so everybody, if you use your computers, thank you. Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, we just do straight acquisitions of completed films. Everything has to be completely financed and finished. We don't even read scripts. I imagine maybe over at IFC you do that, but we don't even read scripts, and we don't get involved in anything until it's really in the can and finished and ready to be really distributed, basically.
Yeah, you are right. We do it somewhat. Majority of our films, I would say, we do see at least that are finished, perhaps in a rougher cut, but most films are completed. We do come in on some titles at a script phase or even a little earlier, perhaps, but that's not. I think those are kind of extraordinary circumstances where there's a relationship with a filmmaker or with a production house, and it's not really the model we exist in so much, even if we do dabble in it some from time to time.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think we have Jeff with us. Jeff, are you there?
He's logging.
He's logging
on, so it may be a minute. Yeah, so he'll jump on hopefully anytime now.
All right. I apologize if I'm pinpointing the wrong film. Jasper, did you folks release Stung?
Stung? I don't recognize the name.
Okay.
It's possible that was that an IFC release from.
I saw it late night somewhere down in at Tribeca at the Tribeca Film Festival.
You are correct. So, this film, I only joined IFC 2 years ago. So yes, I did check. Stung was a release from 2015.
That was one.
And I guess I haven't dealt with it so much with theater closures. I haven't had the opportunity to book it in repertory theaters. But yeah, Stung was one of our IFC Midnight titles. We do about a dozen titles that fall in the Midnight branding annually, and Stung was one of them. I recognize this poster. I recommend it, by the way. Fun horror film. Jeff's with us. Hi, Jeff. If you can jump.
There, apologies.
You folks, what you do. Oh, great background, by the way. I love that.
Thank you very much. That's my little.
Izaki.
It's my shout out for the day.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the director of nonfiction programming at the Topic streaming service, which is a small US-Canada streaming service. I primarily oversee original nonfiction projects, so feature series and shorts that we're going to distribute on our service. Topic is part of this larger company called First Look Media that supports a whole variety of different kinds of films and filmmakers and investigative journalism. And so over the course of my time at the company, I've also been involved in sort of digital distribution via a website that was also called Topic, and a little bit with our studio that's called Topic Studios that is more of a traditional financier. But right now I'm focused on on developing, producing original nonfiction for the streaming service.
All right, and sorry, and so what would be the process in terms of what you do there in terms of Topic, in terms of either acquiring, putting films out there for distribution?
Yeah, we have, I think a kind of a traditional structure in terms of how a lot of streaming services and networks work. I'm on, what we kind of call our original side, and we have an acquisitions team as well, led by my colleague, Jennifer Liang. And, overall, it's a pretty small team. So I'm watching lots of stuff. We're recommending stuff to each other. We're, kind of sharing a lot of information. But primarily what I'm doing is looking through lots of pitches, lots of, kind of incoming ideas, to try and see things that we might get involved in, earlier, more sort of in the development, production, maybe early pre-production stage, that will, ultimately are things that we're going to release on our streaming service. Often, because as I mentioned, we're US, Canada, and not a global service, we're also thinking a lot about potential co-production partners that cover some of those other windows and territories. So, who else can we work with? And that's not only, thinking about the breadth of the audience we might grow around projects, but also thinking, of course, about having our budget dollars go as far as they can and bringing in some more support.
And so, in terms of, we asked earlier of Jasper and Emily, can actual filmmakers just pitch you directly? Do you accept unsolicited material, or is it through a vetting process? How does it work?
Yeah, I would say it's a kind of a happy medium between those two. It might not be like a total free for all, but part of the reason I do events like this or go to festivals is absolutely to talk to folks, and I accept pitches all the time. We do of course work with sales agents and really value projects kind of coming through a bit of a vetting process like that, or through industry meetings at festivals and conferences. But absolutely, I also get stuff unsolicited, and of course try my best to take a look at everything, but sometimes don't always succeed, but yeah.
And in terms of genres, fiction, nonfiction, how does it work with that? Are you open to all of that?
Yeah, so I focus on nonfiction. We do have, I have colleagues who, no problem, we have colleagues who focus on fiction. So, the channel.
Show both.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. Topic has both. If you contact me about fiction, I will very quickly route you to the right person. But I focus on nonfiction, and we're, as I said, I would say we're primarily focused on series and features in that order. We do still support some shorts. I think we're excited about shorts as a medium in general. There's a lot of reasons to be excited about creatively, about the ability to work with established filmmakers on maybe slightly smaller ideas, or on more emerging filmmakers on early kind of career ideas. But shorts are kind of less of our slate than those other formats. One thing recently on our fiction side, we've really developed a strong following for some of our crime and thriller and suspense programming, particularly projects that we are acquiring from international partners, a lot of kind of Scandinavian projects, Israeli projects, things like this. And so some of that focus on kind of genre, crime, justice programming is also at work in nonfiction. So we're looking at some of those, that's kind of complementary to our fiction programming. So I would say that's kind of a bit of a genre focus. I wouldn't say it's 100% exclusively the programming we're doing, but that's part of what we're looking at.
You're a streaming service platform. So independent, new to the game, but still strong. Comparison, obviously, it's not to say you're easier to get to, although from what you're saying, a lot easier than Netflix. But is there any connection to any other streaming platform? Or is it completely topic on their own? And are the advantages going with you with topic as opposed to trying to knock on those other giant doors that are generally not admissible to filmmakers?
Yeah, sadly, my door is not as big as those doors, but fortunately, there are no doors anymore because there are no offices. So,
right.
But yeah, I would say we are certainly a smaller size than the global streamers. But one way I think about that, I actually think, the audience that we're seeking to reach is the kind of curious, kind of thoughtful audience that we are their third or fourth streaming service, perhaps. They are eager to find a show before other people find a show. That's kind of what we're looking at. And so, you know, we consider ourselves kind of in that zone as opposed to the kind of doing everything for everybody size streamer. So yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I think it's just kind of different approaches. You know, one thing about working with us is certainly on the original side, and this is even true with certain kinds of acquisitions when we're getting them exclusively. You know, we aren't premiering, you know, 100 projects that week or even that month. You know, we're really focused on our tentpole projects, you know, maybe in a particular way. But I think too, there, you know, while it might seem, I don't know, maybe kind of traditional, you know, in a way we fit into what has been the distribution strategy for nonfiction for decades and decades, which is sort of territories and windows, and, you know, working essentially with kind of local experts in a way, you know, and again, I don't think that's kind of a, you know, not necessarily a better, worse difference with global streamers, but I do think it's a different approach to, you know, work with a European broadcaster, to work with, you know, folks who are focused on Asia, to work with Topic and kind of put that together. I think there are certain advantages to that for certain kinds of projects.
Emily, with Zeitgeist and your relationship with Kino Lorber, I'm assuming you have exclusive with them. With this current reopening of theaters, and in the past, of course, the past year where we were on lockdown, has the landscape changed dramatically from pre-COVID, COVID, post-COVID? Has it been about the same for you? Has it increased because everybody's in lockdown and watching more streaming such?
Well, look, you know, theatrical distribution has been tough for a long time,
right.
But, you know, this COVID thing certainly could have certainly been the death knell of it, you know, for sure. Except that since it's what, you know, I do, I'm still have hope that, you know, we'll be able to get back something. We haven't given up on it, nor have many of our theaters. You know, we've wrote it out. Luckily, because we were with Kino Lorber, we were able to switch gears very quickly, and they have their own streaming platform called Kino Now, and they were able to adapt that platform within like a few days into a marquee platform that allowed the theaters to show the films through that online streaming thing. And therefore, you know, all the revenue from the $12 ticket price that we were charging people to watch it was split with the theater. And we created a marquee for each theater, and then the theaters would promote that marquee, and we would be able to get our films into some kind of a virtual theatrical world. And we were able to do that relatively quickly since they had already had the Kino Now technology site up and running. Then after a month or two or so, and things weren't getting any better, theaters began to set up their own platforms, their own streaming, their own virtual platforms on their own sites. And so we began to open our films with them that way. And they would go back to collecting the revenue and splitting the box office with us, which was the more traditional way. Now, you know, and we released a bunch of films that we had, you know, we had actually just opened the Ken Loach film, Sorry We Missed You, on March 6th. So that was just beginning its run when the pandemic hit and the film forum closed. And then, you know, everybody, you know, it was terrible. But, and over the past 10, 18 months or so, all of our films have had basically a virtual theatrical release, Beyond the Visible, the Hilma af Klint documentary, and Oliver Sacks, and a bunch of other films. Now we're actually really ready to reopen into theaters, and we're opening a film, as I said earlier, on September 17th in Balanchine's Classroom, and Hive, which is at BIFF, is going to open on November 5th. And we're hoping those films will be theatrical again, will play at theaters again. There may be some kind of hybrid component of some theaters that are just not able to open in some areas. Will allow some limited virtual theatrical streaming for those films, but we're hoping, you know, to see if we can get back into some, because we do believe these are films that, again, that's why we picked them. You know, we think they should be seen in theaters. That's was the motivation for our taking them on, was to give them that type of a release. So if theaters are open and we're willing to go that route again and see if we can get it back up to something. But it's going to be very, very tough. People's viewing habits have obviously changed, and a lot of people are still very nervous about going back to theaters, understandably. And and some theaters haven't been able to make it, although many have really remarkably held on. So we don't know. We don't know. We're just gonna, take it day by day and see how we do with this first slate that we have and adapt accordingly. There's always places that, if it's not pure theatrical, but there'll be venues that will show films for one-off screenings. There'll be festivals. There'll be some kind of way to still get films out there to a public that's in person. It just might look a little different. I'll let you know when I figure it out. We're working on it, but I think it's but for me, this is even it's been a very tough year. Obviously, it's been horrible for everybody on all kinds of levels, but I feel very well suited to kind of take these sorts of challenges on, because we've always been challenged. For 33 years, it's been a very challenging business. It's always been a bit of a fight to get your films into theaters, to hold on to your screens when you get them, to collect your box office receipts from the theaters. I think Jasper is laughing because, you don't get into this business if you're, if you want to have an easy ride. It's not an easy ride. It's just not. You have to have faith and belief and passion and all that stuff. Unfortunately, I've had it, so I'm okay with it. And I'm happy to do it. And it keeps me going. I get up every morning. I'm like, okay, another battle. So that's sort of how it's been. And not throwing in the towel. If I haven't after 33 years, it's, when am I ever? I don't know.
Never. Jasper, what your thoughts?
Yeah, so I was the question, where is it going or where has it been?
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially right. So we've been going through, what's your situation like from now compared to before COVID, during COVID, now, and going forth?
Now is a nightmare, but
why?
Well, we've actually we've done pretty well, all things considered, during the pandemic. Really early on, we were in a similar situation. We had some films that had theatrical focus, whose releases just got cut short. We were supposed to release the new film from Hirokazu Koreeda last March, The Truth, with Catherine Deneuve and Juliette Binoche, and we waited. That was supposed to come in, I think, on March 20th or March 27th. I don't remember exactly which Friday it was. And just the week before, all of us realized, yeah, we gotta just cancel this. But really early on, IFC has always been in a model where, as mentioned, so many of our films go into theaters on the same time that they go on demand. We sat down and we just decided, we moved that film, we moved The Truth out. We had some undated films that we decided to hold on to, like the Christian Petzold film Undina. We held on to that in hopes for a more theatrically viable world. And everything else we just decided to put in theaters and on demand at the same time. And we were going to find theaters where they were available. We do about 30 films a year, so there was no shortage of new films available for us to provide. So we wound up not holding too many films back. And if theaters weren't going to be open, they would just unfortunately miss that, or the film would miss the theaters. But we wound up finding that so many members of our normal audience found these films on demand. We wound up, all things considered, having last year was, I think, our best year ever in the company's 20-year history. Not that I was here for all of them, but we really got wound up being very fortunate that way. Even though theatrical, I think, was 70% down from what we originally projected for the year to be. It was a really good year for our IFC Midnight brand in particular, where, a great film like The Truth, that Koreeda film, all the art houses were closed, but, really early, in March, right when theaters were closing, we started cold calling every drive-in in the country, none of whom have ever heard of IFC films before, none of them have ever played an independent film. And, we were talking to the people, we would call the concession stand and just be like, we have a film. There are no other films available for you to play right now. We should talk. And that was an incredible opportunity for us. We wound up putting films out on hundreds of screens, and You know, some of our IFC, we had 3 films that grossed over $1 million at the box office. That in normal times would never have done that. And, you know, that was entirely just from finding, you know, from putting movies into theaters and sticking to the strategy of making them available in theaters and on demand at the same time. And, you know, as we now get back into a normal world where there's competition, you know, drive-ins are more than happy to play Marvel movies again. And, you know, they've never heard of IFC once again. But, you know, the past year was very fortunate in that regard, in that we were really able to, you know, take advantage of the lack of competition and move forward. You know, especially because we have films that lend themselves to that type of releasing pretty nicely. You know, anything that really was supposed to be theatrically forward, like that Kora Era film, like Undina, you know, those wound up perhaps not realizing their total potential. But for other films, you know, it wound up being a really good opportunity, you know, despite the humanitarian crisis that was also going on. And, you know, going forward, you know, I'm encouraged by that model. Even if a film is theatrically forward, you know, I think we're looking at the realization that the 90-day theatrical window before VOD is going to be diminished at the end of this. You know, quite bluntly, I think 90 days is an old number that was, you know, you would send a 35mm film print from a set inventory from one market to the second to the third, and then there'll be a it's just simply an outdated number. And, you know, I think we'll find that that diminishes even if there continues to be a window as standardized. So, you know, it's continuing to change. And, you know, what we did this year looks different than what we did last year. It looks incredibly different from what we did the year before. But been a ride.
What about you, Jeff?
Yeah, you know, I think, I mean, in a way, I think there was kind of a similar set of whiplash, but maybe with, you know, in some kind of different terms. You know, a lot of what I'm focused on is kind of developing and moving things into production. And so, you know, what happened in March and April was you could develop things, you could sort of make your edit happen, but production just kind of had to stop in place for a minute while we assessed what was possible. And, you know, I think, I mean, one thing I will say, you know, about, I think, filmmakers in general, but I think specifically documentary filmmakers are incredibly creative. They're used to working under incredibly adverse circumstances. And so they try to make stuff work. And so I think it was in that spirit where some projects that were in production had to just stop and wait. And some, you know, thought creatively. We had to do some really careful consulting about safety and security and protocols. But, you know, we were able to keep some things moving forward. You know, I think on our fiction side, I'm less, you know, in the weeds, but I know we had to also, you know, okay, the whole thing was going to be set here. We have to actually move it to another country. Okay, is that feasible? Should we do that? How can we keep everybody safe? You know, all that stuff. And so, you know, similarly, I think it was kind of like stop and get our bearings a little bit, but then see how can we creatively approach this massive problem while keeping folks safe and, you know, trying to keep people working, trying to keep ourselves working and all that stuff, of course, but, you know, primarily thinking of safety and security first. You know, I think like a lot of streamers, you know, we saw a bump last year. There were a lot of people at home and they were watching stuff. And so they were watching more stuff than they would ever watch. You know, I would never call that any kind of silver lining. That was just a consequence of a terrible situation. I think we were all in. But, you know, we definitely had to address that increased interest and demand to watch things with what we could see looking ahead was just going to be a little bit of a problem in the pipeline of projects. So I think, you know, we leaned a little more towards acquisition than we maybe had planned in terms of the balance of producing things and acquiring. But you know, I think we kind of were as creative as we could be, you know, I think. But, you know, we definitely had some projects we had to just cancel. And that was a real shame, things we were planning on that just couldn't happen for a variety of reasons. So.
This one, I saw it in the chat room. Unfortunately, it seems like Nadia's in the library, so I'm going to ask it for her. And this is something I was going to ask about, I think it's related to marketing, getting to the audience. But basically, how can films have a theatrical impact through word of mouth and the wave effect of critical response when windows are often only a single week? Maybe Emily, you want to start that off?
Well, I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that because we don't
Oh, okay,
really
sorry.
think they can. I mean, we're still trying to maintain a theatrical window that's maybe not 90 days. I'll kind of agree that 90 days is perhaps a bit of an archaic number for perhaps even the very reason, Jasper, that you suggested. We're not circuiting 35mm prints from theater to theater anymore, which used to take a lot of time. Now everybody can DCP download, instantly, Eclair Play, there's all kinds of digital ways to show films in theaters that, is a perfectly fine presentation, and it can be much more instantaneous. But I think you do still need some kind of a window, at least for the kind of films we're doing, foreign language films and documentaries, because we don't have the kind of advertising budgets to really blow them out like in a 1 week kind of a way where you're going to build the awareness for something so instantaneously. It's definitely something that has to simmer, build over time, word of mouth, grow and populate, the different stages of release. And so you need some amount of weeks, to months to really be able to achieve that. We're kind of doing like 60-day windows now for like digital, release. In some cases, it can be 30 days if it's been a purely digital, if it hasn't played in the theater, but it was a virtual release. We might have even sped that up to like 30 or 45 days, but that's different because that was an exceptional time when films weren't playing in theaters. But I think I'd rather let somebody else answer that who can do it if they can.
Well, Jasper, in terms of getting to an audience in that short period of time, getting the word out, how would you go about doing it? How do you folks do it there at IFC?
So we do a lot. So we have traditional advertising and traditional publicity, of course. I don't think don't throw money at a wall and see what sticks. I would argue against print advertisements, for example. But I think the core of marketing is advertisements and making sure you reach the right audiences. If you have a documentary that speaks to affinity groups and to an audience that could really come out and support, make sure that audience is aware of it. It could be something as simple as grassroots outreach, making sure they're aware of it, and then making sure the film then therefore has a presence, has a profile within that audience so that they continue to talk about it. If you're going more broadly appealing, broader advertising, broader publicity, I think is going to help reach general audiences a bit well. And, if general audiences respond favorably to a film, you may find yourself in the fortunate situation where word of mouth is there and the film continues to live on for weeks and months and eventually at home for years. But I think the core competency of marketing is really just make sure that the right audience is aware of your film and of course is enticed to see it.
What about you, Jeff? Obviously it's not theatrical with you, but in terms of getting the word out about a film and given your roster, how does it work? How do you get to that audience?
Yeah, I really agree with what Jasper was saying. I think, as a particular example, as I said, I focus on nonfiction and documentaries. Social issue documentaries can often be very targeted to certain kinds of audiences who have affinity to whatever the particular issue is. Perhaps there's even a geographical community. There are a bunch of ways to sort of really, really focus your outreach and kind of take a grassroots kind of impact approach where it's a lot of legwork, but if you don't have the resources for kind of big traditional marketing, it's the way to really get interest and get people attracted. I think the crux of that question is if you think your only impact is going to be your theatrical window, I think you're thinking too narrowly. I think your theatrical window is one part of a whole strategy you should be thinking of that starts with your very first film festival or your very first anything, and should be a really kind of 360 multi-pronged, whatever, however you're able to sort of harness a variety of strategies. If you're even able to get a theatrical, that's great. You know, sometimes people are really building momentum from film festivals, then they're reaching out to community groups, they're reaching out to particular, you know, towns and cities or university organizations, or, you know, and that is, I mean, I don't want to minimize, that's very kind of painstaking work, but it's also, you can really grow a very loyal community who will speak up for the film and, you know, track it and, you know, be able to kind of build on some of that success. You know, we had a project that it's a series, it was a doc series called Trans in Trumpland that was about, you know, trans communities during the Trump administration. And, you know, I mean, it's in the title, like this is clearly about a real specific thing, a real specific community. And we had a couple of executive producers who just, you know, turned their massive social media on this thing. And, you know, it wasn't an obviously, I mean, we released it in February, right? So theatrical wasn't even a thing, but for a series format, it wouldn't have worked that way. But that just, you immediately had social justice organizations, LGBTQ organizations, people just jumping up for this, you know, where we could build events around it. We could do outreach, you know, a lot of it digital. You also happen to have a very already digitally organized audience in a way that you can start tapping into. So I think there's a real process of kind of assessing your project. What are the kind of automatic kind of you know, groups that are going to really start the ball rolling, and I think identifying them in every phase of your distribution life, and really think of it as a distribution life. I think any particular window can have, you know, kind of strengths and weaknesses to how you're going to reach communities, and so you want to kind of tap into each of them, whether it's festival, theatrical, streaming, demand, you know, doing stuff on social media, like all those things are kind of part of the toolkit.
Well, that's also great because, I mean, just from my experience over the decades as well, documentaries have become such a force of nature when it comes to filmmaking now. And audiences, it's not like the old days when you're like, what's a documentary? Or they're thinking about nature and so on. It's definitely expanded tremendously. So I think that's fantastic. I hope that answered Nadia's question. And I think it's something very useful for all of us to be aware of. And something else was, I think that Emily might have brought this up in terms of expectations. I know I had the same thing, and you touched a little bit on this as well, Jeff. I think in the past when I was programming, filmmakers would come to us with, I think, slightly unrealistic expectations for their film in terms of where they thought it could play and so on, and who they could reach, and also in terms of how much money they're going to put in the film and how much they thought they were going to get out of it. Emily, in terms of getting back deals that are available to filmmakers in terms of acquisition, their piece of the pie, obviously you don't have to talk about specific numbers, but how does that manifest, and how do you help them manage realistic expectations?
It's a very good question, and it's a big challenge sometimes. Definitely when we first acquire a film, we try to kind of see if we're on the same page about what those expectations are. It's often, you know, apparent that the expectations are such that we're not a good fit for the film. So we'll back off, you know, but sometimes, you know, you can't tell until it's a little too late. But, you know, I think for the most part, you know, if you're dealing with a first-time filmmaker and they've never made a film before and they're going through this for the first time, and we do a lot of first-time filmmakers, it's a learning curve for them, you know, for sure. And we try to like educate them and try to give them as much information as possible about how things work and how they can work. You know, we always want our filmmakers, we want to make as much money for our filmmakers as possible because our deals are always 50-50 splits. So we don't make, you know, we make the same they make, kind of, you know, it's like we're all in it together. If we overspend, you know, nobody's going to be served well, even, you know, including ourselves. So we're always managing costs and trying to optimize expenditures against revenues and what's realistic. You know, when we're able to make something work theatrically, this is, you know, maybe historically, but I will say our best theatrical releases have also done the best on ancillaries, because that's just the way it sort of feeds into it. We also don't do like genre films, and we don't do a lot of American independent films that are English language films with known actors and things that can be a little bit more, I won't say easier, but a little more clear cut, what the value might be, what you can get from this film because it has so-and-so in it. Our films are art films. They're often from unknown directors or very auteur directors. They're going to be review driven. They're going to be word of mouth driven. They're going to be you talk about the grassroots. I mean, our films there's all grassroots. They're filled with grassroots. It's, especially the documentaries. And we're always doing outreach. That's very, very important to all of the documentaries that we do. Find those subject areas, find those interested groups, let them know. It's a key part of every campaign that we do, and it's a cost-effective one. But to get back to your question about the money, I think, if you're really trying to make money, don't be a filmmaker. That's not really the way to make money. It isn't. How many filmmakers really make a lot of money? I mean, it's not a money-making thing. It's hard. You have also, we're only acquiring the rights for the US and Canada in many cases, but you've got global rights to sell and negotiate separately. So hopefully if you're working with a good sales agent, you'll have some revenue coming in from other parts of the world besides just the US and or Canada. But I don't know how many of our filmmakers make back their production costs, from their, I don't know. I don't know. But a lot of the films we take on have been funded by, if they're European films, which many of them are, or foreign language films, they've been funded by all kinds of entities that have given basically money from the governments of those various countries and places. So the financial risks for the filmmakers have perhaps been, minimized because they didn't have to put up a lot of their own money to make the movie. I think in America, it's a little different. I think with American independent filmmakers, it's more of your own money or raised money or investors, that kind of thing. That makes a difference. But it's, there's always that, Nancy and I would always be amazed that people could raise money for their films. We were like, wow, wow, how do you sell them on that? But people do, they want to be in the film business. They want to have their name on a credit and they want to go to the film festivals, and it's a fun thing to be part of. So if there's a big entry fee for it, if you can afford it, people will do it. But getting the money back from it, those deals are rare. Those 7-figure deals from Sundance where a filmmaker makes back all their costs. I'll just say though that when we released Todd Haynes' film Poison back in 1991, we recouped all of our distribution costs the first week at the Angelica Film Center because it just broke the house records. It was such a crazy success. And in 1 week, we literally recouped all of our P&A. So that was one time, but that was pretty amazing. That's one for the books, because that doesn't usually happen.
That should keep
that was thanks to all that wonderful publicity about, Todd using NEA grant money, for, yeah.
Jasper, what about you in terms of reining in filmmakers' expectations about what's possible, what's not possible, and then in terms of deals, what types of deals do you set up? Do you acquire films for you license them for a certain period of time? Are you only North America? How does it work? Just
so similarly, we like to suss out pretty early, the expectations that the filmmakers have, and to figure out if we are the appropriate partner to help them realize those goals of theirs.
Mm-hmm.
There will be plenty of times where, everybody, of course, thinks they've made Citizen Kane, but they think they'll gross like Avatar. But I think we
Poison,
yeah, or like Poison. Geez, I wish I broke the house records at the Angelica. But yeah, it's we try to have those conversations pretty early, but there's only so much you can do. Whatever money other filmmakers think they might get as like an advance from the distributor, I have to assume that especially if this is your first rodeo as a filmmaker, you know, what is the metric to which, you know, what are you comparing to? Like, it's one of those things that the value of a feature film is not really something you know, because how often are you selling feature films? How often, you know, how much access to information on comp titles does one have? You know, and I think that is always going to inherently disappoint a filmmaker, or it might pleasantly surprise them if they have no expectations, I suppose. But, you know, I think everyone, especially because films, you know, everyone in the film industry wants to be in the film industry, to the point Emily was making. You know, you'll find a lot of first-time producers. You won't find as many second-time producers, but everybody wants to be in the film industry. All of a sudden, until they realize it's an extraordinarily expensive endeavor, and like there's not as much money in there until you're running Walt Disney's company, you know? So, you know, it's just hard to assess that expectation. You know, the money you'll get from a distributor for an advance, you know, is probably not going, unless you're in a very competitive situation, you know, it's probably not going to be as much money as you would anticipate. It could be a lot, but, you know, that's going to be subject to the expectations. And if it's your first time doing it, you know, it probably is going to be less than the cost of the production. But that's largely because, you know, the production also, you would argue, is for a worldwide right in production, universal for if we wind up going to Mars, perhaps. But, you know, while IFC Films, we'll acquire films just for US and Canada. So just a specific subset of the available rights to a feature film. You know, a film needs to, you know, not just cover the expenses for the distributor, but also needs to have, you know, when we model out a film, if we decide to move forward with it, you know, we'll anticipate all of our revenue, we'll anticipate all of the expenses that'll go into it. And, you know, we want to see like how much profit realistically is there to do. If we do about 30 films a year, you know, we need them to average out to cover our overhead for the company. We need them to average out to also cover profit for the company after overhead. At a certain point, you know, how much of an advance can truly be given. And, you know, oftentimes filmmakers who have never done this before, you know, their $1 million advance that they might be dreaming about might look closer to 5 figures, or less in some cases. You know, it's going to really be variable. And, you know, I think a film, unless you've sold a comp film before, you know, how does one know how much it's worth? So I think it's important as a filmmaker to kind of have modest expectations, to understand that, you know, unless you're in an extraordinary situation, you know, the advances you get are probably not going to add up to the cost of the production. But, you know, the hope is that, you know, a film exists, it'll be with a distributor for 10, 20 years, and then onwards afterwards, across, you know, multiple distributors in the on the planet. You would certainly hope that eventually that recoupment comes in, but it may not be on the advances.
All right, thank you. I know we only have a few minutes left to this panel. I want to open up for questions. Anyone else out there? Raise a hand or remind me if I haven't seen the hand, because I'm sort of blind here. Anyone? I feel like I'm Ben Stein. Anyone?
I think Jeff, did you want to say something on that comment too? Did I see you take your microphone off before?
I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
Oh, I probably just wanted to like celebrate the idea that I've never thought of Poison as a blockbuster. And now that is now the narrative in my head. Poison, blockbuster. That's what we should all be doing. I love it.
It was a huge, it was amazing. It
That's
was an
wonderful.
amazing hit.
You made Todd Haynes a star.
Adam has a
We did. I take
Adam?
all the credit for it. You know, now, you know, we just always had a really good eye for talent. You know, we distributed Christopher Nolan's first movie too, Following.
Yeah.
That was the movie he made before Memento. Not that many people saw it, although it was in New Directors and it played at the Film Forum. But, you know, we saw that and we were like, oh, we got to get this. And yeah, so we've got a lot of stories like that.
James.
Adam? Oh.
No, it's a quick question about the day and date thing. Is that what we can expect as filmmakers going forward? Will that pretty much be across the board?
I mean, this might sound bleak, but should all filmmakers expect the theatrical components at all?
Yeah.
Perhaps not. I think for films that get released theatrically, I don't think day and date is necessarily going to be how all of them are handled. I think for many films that is perhaps the best distribution model. But I do think you'll continue to see films, especially on the major studio side, that will have theatrical windows. My best guess is that the 90-day window is closer to 45 days when the dust settles after the pandemic, and dust is going to settle in 20 years at this rate. But I think day and date will continue to be a model as it is now. But what will perhaps shift is maybe fewer films get released theatrically, as there's now more of a VOD audience than there was before, due to consumers just finding all these new platforms, subscribing to more SVOD services, being trained through necessity to find their new content on VOD. But I don't think anyone would expect VOD necessarily. There are plenty of theatrical forward companies. There are plenty of films that don't go the theatrical route. So while day and date continues to exist, I don't think it's something to necessarily expect.
Adam.
Hi everyone, thanks for being here. I'm curious just if you could put yourself in the filmmaker's shoes, and what would you look for in terms of choosing a distributor, and also in terms of a deal memo, what are those particulars that you would encourage us to look for?
Anyone? Emily or Jasper? Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Adam. I think you need to look at the track record of distributors, for one thing, and just see what people, what company aligns with what your project is the best. You have a documentary, it's a specific subject. There are companies out there that have a taste for that kind of thing. And I think that's, where you want to probably try to put your efforts into finding somebody like that. And then you want to see what kind of a commitment they're going to make to your film. Not just only in terms of financially what the advance will be, which, as Jasper so rightly points out, is not going to be to recoup your costs on making the movie, but what is it going to be? And what kind of a commitment are they going to make? Are they going to make a commitment to release it theatrically? If so, in how many cities? Or how much are they willing to spend? But you might also want to get a cap on that, because you may not want them to overspend. And then, I think no matter, agreements are only as good as the people who make them, so no matter what kind of a contract you have, you really ultimately really have to trust and know who you're doing business with and who you're selling the rights to. And, talk to other filmmakers that have worked with that company, do your vetting that way. Make sure that you're not entering into an agreement with somebody who you can't ultimately really trust, because it doesn't really matter what the contract says. And you can always have some kind of out clauses in there, I suppose, if things go really south, that you could get the rights back for whatever, if something has really happened, but you don't want to have to go there. You want to start off with the right company in the first place, that's going to do the best job, that's committed to the film. And, you just have to do your homework and your research and talk to people and meet with people and, figure it out. I think you'll know when you have the right offer from the right party. You'll know this feels right, and you'll have to go with that.
And I think Emily brings up something when you talk to them, you'll know. You're not going to accept a distribution agreement just based on an email with deal points laid out. You're going to talk to your potential distributors prior. You'll hear how they talk about your film, whether there's passion in their voice. And you'll go into these with an idea of what do you want for your film. Is it to maximize revenue? Probably, your financiers certainly want that. But do you have other goals? Does a growing filmmaker want to to be championed as a new emerging voice in cinema? Is there a breakthrough performance and you want a strong critical campaign? How will this be executed by the distribution strategy? If you are in a situation where there are multiple distributors who you're talking to and you kind of get your pick, I think you'll really want to hear what the distributor thinks of your film and how they will help execute your goals for it. Again, assuming that the goal is just not maximizing profit, because if that's the case, go with the money. But yeah, I think that's really what's important to remember is it is a partnership. The distributor is going to be your distributor, not just at release, but for years to come. Talk to people who have worked with them before, I don't say not like get referrals. But why not? Why not call producers who have worked with them in the past 5 years and get their honest opinion? Go through those producers' filmographies on IMDb and see have they worked with this distributor multiple times. If they have, that's encouraging. If they haven't, that could mean nothing, or it could mean something. So go do your research.
Jeff, any thoughts?
Yeah, I really agree with both with what Emily and Jasper are saying in terms of, kind of doing a lot of research and talking with folks. I think if you're thinking of films that are comps, also, and this may maybe not be the easiest thing to do in hindsight, but if you look right now at the kind of campaign that's happening around a particular film that you feel like is kind of close to what you're working on, you can see the kinds of efforts that X or Y partner might put together. And I think that in addition to all the other things that have been suggested, I think I'm often working, not just kind of on a licensing side, but on a kind of original side. And I always want someone to come to a conversation with me, not just looking for a check, because of course I know you're looking for a check. Everybody wants to get their project financed. I want to know what you're interested in getting out of this project. I think as Jasper and Emily were talking about, and what those goals could be, and how do those goals align with something you might have seen that has to do with what I'm doing? Is there something about a project that we did that really resonates? Is there something about a kind of release that X, Y, or Z distributor did? I think that's really important. I also think it connects to something that I think is really important, which is that it is just given how percentages work, it is likely that this person you're meeting with, you're not going to work with them on this project, but maybe you start a conversation with them that goes for the next project or goes to the next one. And so I think it's really good to be sort of upfront about what you're interested in, what you're aware of from them, and ask them questions, of course, that have to do with this immediate need that we know filmmakers have. We want to get this thing made. I want to get it out. But think about this as the beginning of a relationship and a series of conversations that could, maybe it's just too early on this project and we're going to have to catch you later, or maybe it's the next project. But kind of think about that stuff, and not just as kind of like the real immediate right now needs and conversation, but sort of how can you also hear kind of what they're doing and what they're up to as it can connect and build a longer term relationship.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. God, I wish I had, it's been 10 years now. I wish I had access to you folks 10 years ago for my film, because
exactly.
I'm not an unnamed aggregator, didn't do us so well with our film. That's Jasper, Emily, Jeff, you folks were fantastic. Just the final panel to a whole day, 2 days of fantastic panelists. Please, everyone give a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Really, really
Yay,
great.
thank you
Amazing
so
to share
much.
your insights and your wisdom and amazing.
And I also want to
very generous.
Our fantastic, tireless, incredible Carolyn Lancaster, and of course, right here on the big screen, our wonderful artistic director and founder, Kelly Vickery. And thank you very much.
Thank
folks.
you.
We had a great experience with you.
And Greg, fantastic job.
Thanks, Greg.
Right.
Really great. I know. For 2 days. So really moving things along. Great questions, great interaction. And look at
Kelly, do you want to make
got champagne flowing in the back.
You did do it.
Yeah, I did it
I
last
love it. Cheers, everyone. Well, here's
Okay.
to BIFF 2021. Thanks for kicking it
Good
off.
luck, everyone.
Thank you, panelists. so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Emily, Jack,
Thanks
everyone.
for being great partners with the BIFF, all of you. Thank you.
Bye.
and the round table, I mentioned that, Kelly.
What's that? Yes, and that we have tea talks
round
coming up. Industry. Well, actually, tea talks, not right. Yeah, tomorrow and Friday and Saturday. So, see you guys tomorrow.
And right, also social media. If you have social media, hashtag BIFF 2021 and at BIFFMA. Get the word out there. It starts tonight. And hey, we can get to see, as Karen said the other day, now you get to see all the films. You don't have to rush across Great Barrington or Pittsfield and so on.
Exactly.
Hopefully we're in person next year, folks. Enjoy, take care, be safe.
100% in person next year.
Yes, stay safe.
Yep, stay well,
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you again,
Cheers.
panelists and filmmakers.
Take
Bye.
care.
Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome.